Good evening. It's 5 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Have any blue cards been received for closed session items?
We have a total of 2 blue cards.
Thank you. Per Education Code 35145.5, the Government Code 54954.3, members of the public have the opportunity to provide public comment on closed session items. We invite you to show your support for a speaker by waving your fingers rather than clapping or cheering. We have received a total of 2 blue cards for closed session items. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. We will have the timer on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time has expired. This first speaker is Rachel Moreno-Ott.
Good evening. Rachel Moreno-Ott, CUSD Union President. I would honestly prefer not to have to fight or play games in order for teachers to be adequately recognized. We have a chance this year to engage in true collaboration, to work together to solve issues that affect the students and teachers of this district. I hope this doesn't become a missed opportunity. 1.9%. Each of our comparison districts have all settled at more than twice what you have offered us here. San Marcos at 4, Oceanside and Poway, who is the nearest to us in funding levels, at 5. Vista is not yet settled, but again, there's more currently on the table than this. I do not accept that the educators of Carlsbad Unified are worth so much less than our surrounding districts. And if we're going to have comps at all, they cannot be used at will to justify salary increases or not. They're there for a reason. Just as we teachers have to tighten our belt, as it were, I would like to see the district make similar concessions. It is no accident that in the new budget, not the one that we are negotiating for now, but the new budget, the governor of California has not included any cuts to education. That is due to the diligent work and advocacy of teachers across California. So here I stand to ask the board not to cut our budget, not to cut our wages, as this increase would do in relation to inflation and the consumer price index. The union believes that students should not be in overcrowded classrooms. Multiple studies show that smaller class sizes benefit students from culturally, linguistically, and economically disenfranchised communities. Yet, in the elementary school with the highest percentage of folks falling into this category, we have the largest class sizes. In 2017, the district agreed to meagerly compensate high school teachers if their classes went over an average of 38. An average. This year, 35 sections at Carlsbad High School and a whopping 65 section at Sage Creek had between 39 and 45 students in a single classroom. These situations are not acceptable. These are not conditions conducive to learning or teaching. Where do you stand on this? The district office often throws up its hand, these things happen, and point to site admin decisions as the culprit. But in fact, it is the district's duty to make sure learning conditions are valued at individual sites, a duty they've been shrugging off for too long. Classes must have common sense caps, and if the district truly cannot figure how to balance a class, the teacher should be fairly compensated for the extra time and effort required to help students thrive in that environment. The role of the union is to provide checks and balances to administrative decisions that do not serve teachers or students. It is the union's position that students deserve better than they are getting under the current class size policies. Fixing this takes creativity and strong contract language, including clear agreements aimed at safeguarding students from poor decision-making. We are asking the district to work with us to solve this issue for the mutual benefit of all. The current stalling of meaningful progress shows, rather than tells the truth, that these values for students and teachers aren't shared. Is that truly the message you want to send to parents? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's Dominique Manente.
Good evening. My name is Dominic Manente and I reside in the district. I'm here today to call attention to what I believe is a concerning practice within CUSD, specifically the way this board uses the annual budget to designate their priorities. I would like to begin by highlighting some important numbers. Over the past 9 years, spending on certificated salaries in the district has increased 55%. When taken on its own, this seems great. However, when we considered it during the same period, the district has seen its total revenue increase 76% and its total expenditures increase 81%. This is concerning. A frequent explanation when this discrepancy is pointed out is that a number of other costs are rising and the district must allocate funds to pay for those rising costs. My response is that you don't need to tell any of the hundreds of educators in this room or lined in the hallway outside about rising costs. We understand as well as anyone the difficulties stemming from inflation. What is difficult for us to understand is why year after year, this board continues to prioritize expenditures not associated with staff and students. As a board, you are responsible for every budget that you pass. It is through your guidance that staff draft and implement the budget. All of your choices in your role as a board member send a message about your priorities. Unfortunately, the message that staff continue to hear is that, sure, you are important, but not as important as X, Y, and Z. We are here today to ask you to reconsider your priorities. I, like all of you, truly believe CUSD is a world-class district. What I hope you will begin to consider is what makes us a world-class district. I would say first and foremost, it is our students. But secondly, it is the staff that choose to work here. Now is your opportunity to recognize their value and demonstrate your priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the board will recess to close session. It is 6 p.m. and the board is reconvening from closed session. During closed session, the board took action to reject claim number 2406071 on a vote of 5-0. Welcome, members of the public, board members, and staff. Thank you for attending. As noted on Board Bylaw 9324, this meeting is being video recorded and broadcast via a link on our website. The recording and broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. I'd like to remind audience members and speakers that it is not unusual for students and young children to be in attendance at our meetings or to watch the recorded broadcast. I invite you to model civility and decorum as we go about the business of the board this evening. While I cannot prohibit anyone from using unprofessional language, please think about the students and adults who are watching the proceedings. We invite you to show support for a speaker by waving your fingers rather than clapping or cheering. We'll begin tonight's meeting with Trustee Ward leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Pearson will lead us in a moment of meditation. Trustee Williamson will read from our meeting norms. Student Board Representative Michaela Santon will read from the district vision, and Ms. Garcia will take the roll. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Growing up, one of my favorite presidents was Abraham Lincoln, particularly now I look at his legacy at a time when the country was divided and where there's some really distinct things going on in our country that seems to be dividing us. The one thing that doesn't divide us is education. Everyone can agree that education is important. So I pulled 3 quotes from Abraham Lincoln on education, so just bear with me on these. Education does not mean teaching people what they do not know. It means teaching them to behave as they do not behave. Next one was, it follows from this that henceforth educated people must labor. Otherwise, education itself would become a positive and intolerable evil. No country can sustain in idleness more than a small percentage of its numbers. The great majority must labor at something productive. And then the final one is from President Lincoln. Upon the subject of education, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people can be engaged in.
Our meeting norms. Everyone participates. Seek first to understand, then be understood. Stay on topic. Listen before responding. Keep discussion moving forward. Remain objective. Adhere to time. One conversation. Conduct ourselves with gracious professionalism.
Our students are engaged, self-directed learners. They are exposed to different learning environments and pathways. Students aspire to expand their talents and achieve excellence. They are good thinkers, communicators, and problem solvers.
We will now take roll. Student Board Representative Santon,
Here.
Trustee Pearson,
Here.
Trustee Williamson,
Here.
Trustee Ward,
Here.
Trustee Verbeff,
Here.
Trustee Rawlings.
Here. Thank you. We move on to Part 4, approval of the agenda. Trustees, are there any questions on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to approve agenda item 4.1, approval and/or reorganization of the February 21, 2024 meeting agenda. Trustee Ward
Second.
and Trustee Pearson,
Pearson.
second. Any discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Trustee Pearson,
Yes.
Trustee Williamson,
Yes.
Trustee Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff,
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And we now move on to Part 5, Communications. Item 5.1, Report by Student Representative to the Board. I now welcome Carlsbad Seaside Academy, Michaela Santon, who will provide the Board with a student report.
Thank you. Sage Creek is wrapping up the second trimester and are preparing for finals that are on the first week of March. This weekend, the theater department is going to have their winter musical, which is Into the Woods. Fourth-year students in the engineering pathway will be presenting their capstone projects in the Performing Arts Center on the 27th. Girls basketball had made school history once again and will play against Montgomery High School tomorrow on the 22nd for the state championship. The boys basketball team is currently playing against Rancho Buena Vista in the semifinals with the hopes to making it to the state championship again. Carlsbad High School kicked off the start of their second semester. Carlsbad's Powder Puff football registration just closed yesterday, and the season is going to start soon. Carlsbad also put up their GPA stars, which are for students who have gotten a 3.0 or higher GPA. The wrestling team has 3 wrestlers who have qualified to go to the state championship. The boys basketball team advances to the Open Division semifinals with a 104-64 win over Cathedral Catholic High School. The boys basketball team plays La Jolla Country Day tonight at 7 p.m. in the Lance Arena. Carlsbad held the National Honor Society membership committee last week. Also last week, Carlsbad held a CTE showcase, which was a huge success. Carlsbad, Seaside, and Village Academy have also kicked off their second semester as well. A teacher at Seaside, Miss Ryan, is collaborating with her students to develop a children's book called the Seaside Storybook. The book is filled with stories they wrote about what they would have read, what they wanted to be read to them when they were little. These stories will be professionally published. The book is aimed to be published on March 24th. All the proceeds for the book go to Philabelli. Along with that, on Sunday, May 11th, there will be a book signing at the Barnes & Nobles in Encinitas. At Village Academy on Thursday, February 22nd, the students and staff will spend an afternoon with Rocky Heroin in the Magnolia MPR. Mr. Heroin is a former DEA agent, and he travels the country talking to young people.
Thank you. And we now move on to item 5.2, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. I'm proud to share 1 site recognition and 2 individual recognitions tonight. First, congratulations to Calavera Hills Middle School for achieving California Schools to Watch status again this year. The California League of Educators Model Middle School Program recognizes excellence in the middle grades, and we're proud of CHMS for earning this distinction again. Next, congrats to Kasha Obzit, our Director of Elementary Education, for being recognized as the Curriculum and Instruction Administrator of the Year for San Diego and Imperial Counties, an award given by the Association of California School Administrators. She'll be recognized at the dinner in May. And finally, I'd like to congratulate our very own Ann Garcia for being recognized by the California School Boards Association's San Diego region as the 2024 Executive Assistant of the Year Award. She'll also be recognized at a dinner in May. This is the beginning of award season, and I look forward to bringing future information about the Carlsbad Chambers Educator of the Year Awards, as well as our own District Teacher of the Year and Classified Staff Member of the Year Awards. Our great staff contribute significantly to our great district. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to item 5.3, public comment on non-agenda items. This is the time that members of the public have the opportunity to address the board on any non-agenda items that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Do we have any blue cards?
We have a total of 7 blue cards.
We have 7 blue cards, and in order to allow speakers to present their comments and ensure we are able to properly attend to the business of the board, per Board Bylaw 9323, public comments will be limited to 20 minutes. This means that each speaker will have 3 minutes. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. The first speaker is Shauna Hurst.
Shauna Hurst, CUC PTA President. Just my quick report that happy to report that the CUC was able to support the CTE showcase last week by providing pizzas and cookies to all of our amazing student ambassadors. And once again, the students both at the advisory event and the showcase were definitely the stars of the show. It's always exciting to see them so excited about all the different career pathways available. CUC also loved to show our love to the district office staff, and we hosted a appreciation treat thing last week, and it was good thing I was in charge because it looked way better because I wasn't in charge. I just made some cookies and toffee. So that was all I did. AOE was, even though they had a slow start to their jogathon, they did hit their $80,000 goal. They also had an incredibly successful talent variety show with 66 students performing in 20-plus acts. They also had a fun science fair, and they had 54 entries and 12 judges. And they've also started a chess lunch and learn club at CHMS, and also I heard at Valley. The PTSAs are holding honor roll recognitions event at CHM. We have over 400 students out of 600 who made honor roll, which is 3.5 with no N's or U's. At CHE, they held a great family math night that was a huge hit. The hope was to bring families together to have fun doing math and to see math in all different forms. They had 7 staff members, both teachers and classified staff, plan and organize the event. They had student volunteers from CHS, SAGE, and CHM, and adult volunteers through PASS AmeriCorps. And even one of the evening custodians enlisted their teenage daughter to help out with the event. The PTA helped with pizzas and prizes. They had over 200 attendants with students, parents, and siblings, and they participated in 22 activities. It was such a huge hit that they are going to have, just next week, a family STEM night. And to even have more community involved, Albertsons is going to be making donations for supplies. So it's truly a great community event. And also, if you do notice and add up everything that was in the consent calendar under donations, when you have Kelly, Magnolia, Pacific Ridge, and Aviar Oaks Elementaries, those PTAs donated over $250,000 in the last month to the schools to help support all the different teachers at PE, science, innovation, art, all the things. So not only are we holding lots of amazing events, but we are raising a lot of money and putting it right back into the school. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not sure I can read the writing, but I'm going to try. Jeffrey Bell. Perfect, thank you.
Dr. Jeffrey Bell. I live at 3686 Highland Drive. Lived in Carlsbad for 50 years. Both of my children went to through the Carlsbad school system. I believe in the Carlsbad school system. It's a great system. I was one of the founding members of the Carlsbad Education Foundation with Bob Beard. We worked to produce the after-school program. I was instrumental in helping to develop the independent study program in the Carlsbad School District because I was very involved in my child's education. I believe in the Carlsbad School District, and I know that it's an excellent system. And one of the reasons it's good is because you listen to the parents and the school district employees and the council and the board have done that. And I think this is kindergarten is one of the things that you need to really listen to your parents about again. So I have a granddaughter who is in first grade at Buena Vista. And I was actually in the kindergarten class at Magnolia doing career day, teaching little kids about dentistry and making a mess with making impressions and things. But it's chaos. It's difficult. They're 5 years old. They have a lot of energy. They need structure and they need a way to help them to stay focused. And the teachers did a great job, but again, they need stability and they need a positive, comfortable place where they have to learn to sit still and be quiet, because this is probably one of the first times in their lives that they've been forced to do that. And I think there's a reason that every other school district in San Diego has full-time kindergarten, not split. And that's because it allows those children a more stable environment with a chance to learn to sit for longer and to focus. And that by having the split case, you're putting the children of Carlsbad at a disadvantage because they are not going to get the time on task to learn to be controlled, to take care of themselves, to focus on what the teachers want them to do. I'm not going to address what a disaster it is for the parents, but it takes in this city, it takes 2 young parents both working to live here. And if you think it's easy to balance when the field trip is and they have to change all the schedules, you're putting an enormous burden on them trying to establish that balance of work and family. So I would recommend that you listen to the parents again and really reevaluate whether a split kindergarten situation is a good idea, because I think that you need to help the children of Carlsbad get a good start and be on an equal basis with the rest of the county and the rest of the nation, probably.
Thank you. Julia Moshart?
Good evening. I am a Carlsbad resident, 3725 Catalina Drive. Julia Mousehart is my name. I, as stated earlier, also believe in the Carlsbad District, and I appreciate everyone being here to listen to me tonight. I'm here also to urge the board to consider transitioning from half-day kindergarten to full-time kindergarten. A quote directly from the National Education Association, the NRE, states, "Full-day kindergarten not only boasts students' academic achievement, it also strengthens their social and emotional skills. It offers benefits to teachers and parents. Teachers have more time to work with and get to know students, and parents have access to better learning and care for children." As a marriage and family therapist with a focus on educationally related mental health for the last 15 years, I couldn't agree with this statement more. It took me having my own kindergartner in the half-day kindergarten at Magnolia to really, really understand the negative impacts that half-day kindergarten has on these kiddos. My son Parker is enrolled in the late owl class at Magnolia, which means his class doesn't start until 10 a.m. and is dismissed at 1:30 p.m. His father and I are both working parents. Full-time working parents. This makes childcare extremely difficult for our family. Furthermore, we have, and I'm going to try not to get emotional here, we have sadly seen a major regression socially and emotionally this year as a result of the constant transitioning, changes in staff, students and environment, and the lack of structure. He's gone from kids care to kindergarten, back to kids care. Different teachers, different environment, different students. From a kid who went to preschool for 6 hours straight with the same teachers and the same kids and had the ability to really get to know and build rapport and have that structure, this has been extremely detrimental to him. And I've also seen it in other students in the class. And obviously, as a marriage and family therapist who works with students, I work with high schoolers, I work with K through high school, I can see how early difficulties for children have a major impact on them for their entire education. He's also not able to sit down for lunch until 1:45 p.m. So we have emotionally dysregulated, hungry 5- and 6-year-olds trying to learn. I believe this is setting them up for failure. Due to the short duration of time in the classroom and the fact that the teacher is not able to spend adequate time building rapport with the students and fully help them develop their understanding of the subjects. Additionally, at Magnolia, there's a monthly Spirit Day assembly, once a month, where kids come together to build rapport, support the school, and have fun. Because the late owls are not officially on campus when they're with their teachers during this assembly, they are excluded from this school-wide event. When my son asked me why he wasn't allowed to attend, I was at a loss of how to respond. I'm sure you can understand why. I couldn't understand how a district that boasts such inclusivity would exclude these children from a Spirit Day assembly. When I asked the principal, who was very gracious and responded quickly, he said, because schedules don't work out. And that's my point.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jen Belknap.
Good evening. I'm Jen Belknap, Carlsbad resident and CUSD parent. I'm also the legislative liaison for the Carlsbad Unified Council of PTAs. Last week, the Carlsbad City Council signed an agreement with CUSD to continue the decades-long partnership between both entities for funding school resource officers for our district. School resource officers serve our district in many ways. Some of their responsibilities include handling law enforcement during regular school hours and at sporting events or other school activities, and providing emergency response training, school safety plans, and special training for campus supervisors and lunchtime duty personnel. Officers also promote positive relationships with students, parents, and the school community. They can de-escalate conflicts and connect community members to social services. Under this agreement, CUSD has 3 school resource officers, one at Carlsbad High School, one at Sage Creek High School, and 1 roving officer who serves all of our middle and elementary school campuses. Another great example of partnership exists between CUSD and the Carlsbad Police Department through the Bicycle Permit Program. Students had the opportunity to attend bike safety classes throughout the summer and early this school year in order to receive a bicycle permit, which allows them to park their bikes on campus. The surge of students biking to campus after COVID and the e-bike explosion necessitated action to ensure safety for our community. The CUC wants to express our support and appreciation for these partnerships designed to help keep our schools and community safe. One last thing, and this is a repeat announcement. San Diego County hosts an annual Honoring Our Own Awards night to recognize educators, parents, community members, board members, and support staff who make a difference in the lives of students. I'd like to give a hearty congratulations to our very own Ann Garcia for being recognized as Executive Assistant of the Year. CUSD staff member Kasha Obsit also earned an award for curriculum and instruction. Way to go, CUSD.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeremy Hoffman.
All right. Just want to thank you all for your time and the service to our community and kids of our community here. My name is Jeremy Hoffman. I'm a lifelong San Diegan, and my son is currently enrolled in kindergarten at Magnolia. And as you know, that's half-day kindergarten. I think you've heard from two of us now. I'm the third to stand up here to talk a little bit about that. Just to reiterate what half-day kindergarten is, basically the kids go to school for 3.5 hours. They're broken into two groups. Got to catch my breath here. Haven't done any public speaking in a while. Two groups. You got the early birds, 3.5 hours. They go from 8 to 11:30. You have the late owls that go from 10:30 to 1. This might be old news, but just want to make sure, clear understanding here. 2 minutes. All right. Our son, Adrian and myself, was in full-day preschool for years, right? So leading up to kindergarten, he was in school for 6 to 8 hours per day. And so going into the half-day kindergarten, it was kind of a major regression for him. And I don't want this to sound like a me, us, right? You've heard from two members of the community. I'm sure you've heard it before. This is a challenge for the community. These aren't just my issues. These are our issues. These are our challenges. We also have a younger son coming up through full-day preschool. And at this point, we do not plan to enroll him in full-day kindergarten at Magnolia, right? That's a bummer. We love the teachers. We love the community. We want our child to be, a member of that cohort and see that through high school here. Challenges with a half-day kindergarten. You've heard quite a bit of this, right? So they're in school for 3.5 hours a day. I'm just thinking, going into first grade, now they're going from 3.5 hours to 6.5 hours. That's a big jump, right? Now you're asking a kid to focus for 3.5 hours, and immediately the next year you're asking him to focus, or him or her, for an additional 3 hours. That's a big jump. I also understand there's a number of kindergarten teachers that have been, a little bit loud in terms of being supportive of the all-day or the half-day kindergarten, excuse me. I'm getting my half-fulls and whatever mixed up here. But what I would want to see or ask for is, have the first grade teachers been polled, right? Have they been asked anonymously what they think about half-day kindergarten? Because one of the questions I would ask is, how do the kids coming from full-day kindergarten perform against the kids coming out of the Carlsbad School District half-day kindergarten program? In terms of scheduling, I've got 30 seconds here. You heard it here. Late owls basically have to adjust to the early morning schedule. Whenever there's an assembly, whenever there is a field trip, they have to adjust. That means working parents have to adjust. The kids have to adjust. As we know, kids thrive on structure. We just got an email today saying there's 4 days coming up in the next month, basically, saying we have to adjust to the morning schedule. I've got a couple additional points, but anyways, appreciate your time. I hope that you take full day kindergarten into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Scott Davison.
Earlier tonight, you heard from the teachers union about their demands for bigger raises and smaller class sizes. I think I'm going to dub this their "let them eat cake" speech. In essentially the same breath, the union for the highest paid unified district in North County are asking for a bigger raise, which will cost millions, and smaller class sizes, which will cost millions. I'm starting to understand why only 40% of our high school students are proficient at math. The union leadership bought them pizza to get them to show up tonight and complain about being offered only a 1.9% raise. The email, which I have, never mentions class sizes. Now, parents don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank to bribe other parents to show up to talk about how their kids are struggling in school and need more intervention teachers or smaller class sizes. The Carlsbad Education Alliance doesn't even have a bank account. Most Carlsbad households are now dual-income families struggling to afford to live here because they don't have government jobs with guaranteed raises every year, especially the ones with kids who are struggling and need the most help. Most of them are still working or shuttling their kids to clubs and sports or helping them do their homework, so you'll just have to accept my statement on their behalf. If you were still holding on to a glimmer of hope that the unions are all about the kids, I assume that was easily dispelled for good earlier tonight. While teachers reach out to me regularly to talk about how far kids have fallen behind in school, how many of their kids are addicted to their phones, how many of them are anxious, how unmanageable their classrooms are, their union leadership is here asking for more money. When I ran for school board and CUDA spent $43,000 on candidates opposed to parents, I knew why. It was for meetings like this one. As one of their executive board members put it at the time, we want these seats. She makes $121,000, by the way. Imagine being employees at a company and getting to elect your own bosses to vote for whatever raise you wanted. As we get ready for another election year, we know CUDA is getting ready with their checkbooks to make sure that they don't fail again. How much money will they spend this year to ensure that next year's board puts teachers first instead of students? Probably a lot. How much will they tell the public that they're all about smaller class sizes while internally they're only demanding more money? Probably more than a lot. If students were their top priority, there wouldn't be a teachers union. We would all work together to add intervention teachers, lower class sizes, and reward great teachers. So in case it wasn't clear by now, that's not what the union is for. The union is here to fight for every last dime they can get, regardless of whether it benefits students or not. If their priority was students, they would be offering to take a pay cut to actually achieve smaller class sizes. But you didn't hear that tonight, did you? Remember whose team you're on. Remember who you swore an oath to. It's not the union, it's our kids.
Thank you. Linda Daniels.
My name's Linda Daniels. I've been resident of Carlsbad for 11 years, and I never told anybody, but I'm an ex-school teacher. I represent the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition here in the County of San Diego, and I am on their subcommittee of schools. Carlsbad City Council proclaimed a climate emergency nearly 2 years ago, this coming April. I am still waiting for some actual council action on this. They did not make all new police cars hybrids like they were intending to do, and they're still working on their cap, which is now 2 years late, which we hope will outlaw gas leaf blowers and bring many more changes to the city. We have a greenhouse gas problem. In the meantime, SDBEC has been focusing on other means to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I'm on the school subcommittee for the CAC too, which is the council, the Community Advisory Council for the CEA, our Clean Energy Alliance. You guys, one of our goals is to have you power up to the first level of electricity usage. You're currently at level 2, and to electrify every school in the county. We're doing this through resolutions passed by boards of education. The largest, San Diego Unified, passed their resolution last April, and Sweetwater passed theirs last month with the help of the students pushing to help the environment. Most students are very aware of the need to make changes so we can get cleaner air in our buildings, which produce 30% of our greenhouse gases. Okay? Cars 40%, buildings 30%. If we could help mitigate climate change by having all classrooms that have LED lighting, all schools be heated and cooled by heat pumps instead of gas furnaces, we need to do just that. And as water tanks fail, replace them with heat pump water tank. When HVAC systems need replacement, use heat pumps. There are grants, so many grants. I got $3,200 back when I put in my water heater, okay? There's rebates, all these improvements for state and federal. Let's do whatever we can, individually as well as educationally, to combat climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to Part 6, the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless there is a board request for one or more specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Have we received any blue cards?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any items to be pulled for discussion? Seeing none, I may have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved, Williamson.
Second, Ward. And Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to Part 7, discussion action items. First item up is item 7.1, the LCAP mid-year progress report for 23-24 goals, success indicators, the supplement to the LCAP, other LCAP metrics, and mid-year LCAP expenditures. Trustees, this is an information discussion item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Nye.
Thank you, President Rawlings, trustees, and Dr. Churchill. I didn't realize how long that title was, so I'll have to change that for the next time. Give me a second while my team assembles here. I'm joined by several members in the instructional services team. Just want to point them out and say thank you for being here. We're going to co-present tonight. To my immediate left is Dr. Brockett, our Director of Secondary Education, Director Obzit, Director of Elementary Education, and Dr. Michael Ecker, Coordinator of Student Services. So I'm happy that they can all join me in sharing some good data that we have for you this evening. As we mentioned before, this is our mid-year update on our LCAP and our goals and success indicators. The purpose of tonight really is to review the progress that we've made towards our 2023-24 goals. And we call them our lead measures, which are predictors of success. And so we have what's called lead measures, which influence the ultimate outcome of lag measures, which are kind of those end-of-the-year outcomes, or our success indicators, what we call those as well. So you're going to see tonight that we're going to present many academic achievement metrics, and I've listed them out there. I'm not going to read through those all, as well as non-academic metrics. So we're looking at things like professional development effectiveness, our progress towards strategic plans, social emotional learning metrics, parent university rates, and such. This is a visual of our continuous improvement cycle. And we evaluate this every single year, but you can see here that we're on step 4 of our continuous improvement cycle, and this goes on, and we've this has seen several iterations over the course of the year, or over the course of many years, but we're proud of this, and I think that having a continuous improvement cycle that we look at each year, looking at our data and evaluating student outcomes is really important. So. This is a copy of our current 2023-24 goals and success indicators. You'll see that we have 3 overarching goals, and the bullets represent our success indicators. I'm not going to go over all those, but they're well posted and all over our website, should you want to see those. I mentioned before the difference between lead and lag measures as well, and this is part of a book that we all did a book study on several years ago, and I think they're redoing that book study now. It's a Covey book called The 4 Disciplines of Execution, and they talk about making measurable goals and then identifying lead measures, which will ultimately be predictors of the lag measures at the end of the year. And so we just gave this one example. One of our success indicators or lag measures is to increase the percentage of students meeting or taking at least one AP, community college course, or honors course while they're in high school. And there's a bunch of different things that happen throughout the year in order to impact that. And I've just listed out a few there. Articulation agreements is an example with the community colleges, parent informational nights, student informational nights, going over with students 4-year plans, counseling, all that are lead measures that hopefully influence the outcome of that success indicator. So in the area goal number 1, I mentioned before, these are our success indicators. We feel, based on the data that we're presenting, that we're on track to meet these. Some of that is speculative. SBAC is in the spring, and so one of the things that we do look at is our interim assessments, is giving us a glimpse into how that might look, but that's certainly not 100% aligned with SBAC scores, but it does give you an idea of how students may perform on the state testing at the end of the school year. So we'll go over each one of these in a little bit more detail as we get into the presentation. So we have interim assessments, and what we use for the interim assessments are our STAR assessments. And primarily the reason for the STAR is to identify students in need of intervention. And what it does is we give 3 assessments throughout the course of the year in English, language arts, and math. And we can do customizable lessons designed for those students based on gaps that they present on the interim assessment. For that reason, we don't test at the high school specifically many of our highest performing students in math because they don't need intervention. We already know that. So already at the math level, we're not testing kids that are already at the summative math or above, which is anything beyond Algebra 2. So any students that are taking AP Stats or Calculus, we know already they don't need intervention in math. And therefore, they don't get this diagnostic tool throughout the course of the year. Most of the other grades do, though. So just on baseline data, what you see there is good growth. We saw from fall to winter of 2023-24, 69.4% of our students are in high or typical growth bands versus the same time last year, we were roughly at about the same level, just a tick lower at 70.2%. ELA, we were slightly higher, so 70.4% for higher typical growth bands this year, and then last year, same time last year, we were at 68.8, so slightly higher. As far as the meeting or exceeding proficiency bands, which is the number 2 bullet there, we were at 53.3% of our students meeting or exceeding standards in math, K-12, grades 3 through 12. You'll see there that increased at the winter up to 57.2%, or increased roughly 2.9%. And then for English language arts, we were at 70.4% in the fall, which established the baseline of students meeting or exceeding, and that grew 2.7%. So roughly just under 3% of both of those from fall to winter in meeting or exceeding standards on STAR, both for English language arts and math. This is just a breakdown by grade span, so you'll see the highest growth was at the elementary level, where we grew 8% in ELA. This is proficiency again, and we saw flat growth at the high school for ELA. This just gives you another look at what each of those levels. So you'll see roughly the 73.1% in the winter as compared to the 70.4% meeting or exceeding in the fall. We also added a new metric this year, and that was to decrease that lowest band as well. So you'll see there that we did decrease that by about 1.6%. So we're still we think we're on track. If we continue our growth right now, we will hopefully have moved that to a 2% reduction in that particular level 1 band. You'll see here ELA cohort. Now this is students that grow. So rather than proficiency, if they meet the bar 1, 2, 3, or 4, this just measures high, typical growth and low growth over the course of the year. We're still using the same assessments, but it may measure or capture students that grow inside a band but don't jump a band. And so in this case, we just compared last year's fall to winter scores with this year's fall to winter scores for English language arts as an example. We understanding that's a little bit apples to oranges comparison because they're different groups of kids, but we are at a slightly higher place than we were the previous year as it relates to our ELA scores for a higher typical growth. In regards to math and math proficiency, you'll see the breakdown by grade level as well. So you'll see elementary, again, we saw good growth there. We did see a decline at the middle school level, and Dr. Brockett may address some of that in his slides. And we saw a slight increase at the high school level. Again, at the high school level, just to clarify, that 40% meeting or exceeds only represents students that are in algebra, geometry, and algebra 2. We have many, many students that go beyond algebra 2 and math that don't take this diagnostic assessment, and those are some of our highest performing students. So take that percentage into kind of account when you're looking at that number. This is just a breakdown of each of the level bands again as it relates to levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, we saw a good significant decrease in that level 1 specifically, so students moving away from that level 1 that were in that level 1 from the previous administration. So it went from 25% roughly to 19.4%. Again, with higher typical growth, we compared the fall to winter of last year to the fall to winter of this year, and we were slightly lower. We were in a lower place by a percentage point than we were last year in math for higher typical growth. Well, then, that gives us our baseline then to try to grow that 2% from fall to spring now. So that 69% becomes our baseline. And the goal then is then to increase that by 2% over the course of the next semester and increase to get it to a 2% growth. We did break it down by student group data as well, and we saw some growth as well in these areas. So special education students, and this again is for meeting and exceeding proficiency. It's not for the growth model, but you'll see there special education students grew about 4%. We can go kind of down the road. Socioeconomic disadvantaged students grew 1%. English language learners, just under 3%. Just under 3% for Hispanic students, 4.5% for Black students, and a pretty significant jump, but a very small number for homeless students. And you'll see the growth here for math as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Brockett, who are going to walk us through the next couple of success indicators, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to share some of the high-level, kind of high school level outcomes here and where we are in terms of making progress on A to G readiness. One of the high-level indicator that I really want to highlight here is our 2023 A to G rate of 84%. That represents a 17% growth since the class of 2021, so up from 72%. So we've seen continued growth in that area, and that growth is reflected in all of our student subgroups over that period of time as well. So I think we've done really great work with getting our students students prepared, getting opportunities and bridges open for them for post-secondary study, and a lot of the other things I won't go through point by point, but really feed into that preparedness, that counseling, the AVID support that students get, the communication about A to G, the course offerings that we've provided for students have done a great job in getting them ready and prepared, and we feel like we're on pace again this year to meet that mark. In the number of students completing or taking at least one honors, AP, or community college course, a couple of high-level highlights I want to include in there are, one, our Mira Costa College concurrent enrollment numbers, you can see, have more than doubled over the last 5 years. So we have, in our collaboration with Mira Costa, as well as our students, in some cases it's direct collaboration, in some cases it's students going on their own, but students are taking advantage of those opportunities. They're seeing those opportunities that are being provided both on campus and as well as to go to Mira Costa and take classes. They're hearing about those and taking advantage of the opportunity to push themselves, earn that early college credit, which sets them up for success later, gets that foot in the door for our students to continue on to great success. I also want to highlight the work that our teams have done with offering new courses for students to really push themselves to higher levels. The Spanish for Spanish Speakers course, which we've talked about previously, is running this year, and a part of the rationale to bring that class back was to really prepare our heritage and native Spanish speaker students for that AP level course and give them the foundation that they need to be successful in that advanced placement course in the future. And then our team has continued to work at the high school level on AP World History. That course has been developed and was approved earlier this evening. One trustee did point out I had the wrong years on here. It is developed in 23-24 to be offered in 24-25. And really what I wanted to highlight there is the continuing work that our high school teams are doing to provide opportunities for students based on student interest, our staff's knowledge of what students will be accessible to students in the classes there, to really push them to those higher level courses and give them opportunities to really push and expand themselves. With that, I'll hand off to Director Upsit.
Thanks. All right, good evening. So this slide is about our SBAC scores, which Dr. Nye already mentioned that, those are in the spring and we won't know what those results are, but we've kind of just highlighted what our scores were last spring. And then we also put our student groups there, and you can see there's some work to do with some of those student groups and that gap between what all students are scoring and performing and some of those groups. Looking at some English learner data specifically, we did have almost 15% of our students that reclassified last year. That meant those are students that were English learners that met the English language proficiency and academic standards ready to be reclassified. You also approved the reclassification criteria earlier tonight as we updated those a little bit. And then just our Achieve 3000 scores that we've been using that program for a number of years now. And then just some of the things that we're doing are really looking at the interventions. I know Dr. Ecker will talk a little bit about that later, but using some of those programs such as Freckle, Math Read 180, the Sunday system. Another thing that we've done in like our early grades, K1, actually TK1, 2, is implemented some early literacy programs that address like phonics and phonemic awareness. So that's kind of new this year, and the teachers are seeing a lot of success with that. And then we have just different interventions such as, tutoring, small groups, and then really using that data, that STAR data that you saw earlier to monitor student progress and identify those areas of need to address. And then we also have like our math TOSA as well as our other TOSAs that support the work with our teachers in the grade levels and the department meetings to really kind of help them find different resources as well as like talk and discuss about best practices. I'll switch my slide to where I have my notes, sorry. All right, so this one is just really about the science test, our CAS test. So again, those scores are from last spring and we'll take that again. We only take that in a couple of grade levels, so 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. Looking at those scores, which do, look like there's still growth there, but it's one of those newer assessments, and we are actually doing very well when compared to the county and the state. In middle school and elementary, we have new science curriculum that was adopted this year, and so the teachers are getting into all of the new curriculum. And the students are engaging in a lot of hands-on experiences. And then at high school, they are developing curriculum so that we have up-to-date curriculum and activities for the students. We're supported through CEF for a lot of science-related activities, such as our STEAM lab teachers at the elementary, science days, science labs at the secondary. This year, the state has released interim assessments for the science tests, so we're starting to pilot those with certain grade levels and get students to be familiar with those. Those are available in more grade levels than just what the test is, so that's a new opportunity. And then we do have a science TOSA this year that's supporting that implementation of the new curriculum, supporting the high school with developing their curriculum, as well as just those collaboration meetings in grade level. She comes to our grade level meetings and supports them. She does model lessons in the classroom, really trying to help the teachers, implement that new curriculum and feel comfortable with it. And then there's just some opportunities with our field trips and guest speakers and internships so that students really have that connection to those careers in science.
All right, next up we have Dr. Ecker is going to run us through our elementary intervention support. And as you know, this was, we added some additional staffing at the elementary level to provide more intensive intervention. And while we're still in the early stages of that, we're pleased by some of the results that we see early on. And he's going to highlight some of that now.
Good evening, if you want to go to the next slide. All right, so I thought I'd start by just reminding everyone who our intervention students are. So tracking students in intervention can be challenging as this work is dynamic. So we streamlined this visualization of our impact by creating a group of 674 elementary school students who didn't meet grade level standards in a key metric last spring, then incorporated additional updates with the fall data. So most of the students that are incorporated in this work are receiving direct interventions through the process due to not meeting standards in one of these metrics. So as can be seen by the slide, I'm very happy to point out that we are well exceeding our goal of improving academic growth by 70% for our students in this group, and there's a ton of accolades to go around. So I'll start on the right-hand side. I think Dr. Nye said I couldn't go any smaller on the font. So we started the year, or actually throughout this year, I've done numerous MTSS presentations at school sites, at grade level meetings, to every staff group you could imagine, just to talk about our MTSS process. And they're designed to develop a sense of collective efficacy in that, namely, that student intervention support is all of our job. It doesn't fall on the shoulders of one teacher. It falls on all of us as a school community. So from here, looking at the next bullet down on the right-hand side, our intervention teachers really took flight. And I just want to name, as you see all the things that they've done, that our intervention teachers are providing direct intervention, but they're actually much more than that. In some ways, the name intervention teacher is almost not giving them their due because they're really academic coaches on their school sites, because what we realized early on is that MTSS is actually culture-changing work. You have to shift what you're doing on campus, and if anybody's been involved in culture-changing work, it's hard. And you don't always find 100% of people that want to immediately jump on board. So what they've done is they've done some push-in work, they've done some pull-out work, they've done this data review and reflection shoulder to shoulder with grade level teams. They're providing PD to staff at the moment. We've talked a lot about the PD process where it could be better than just waiting for PD to come to you. Professional development is best when you realize there's an area of need and then there's someone near you in the moment to provide that support. And so that's what they're doing, and then they're building systems that meet diverse needs. Each of those middle 3 bullet points is design. They're constantly reworking that and thinking through how to do it better. And the big one on the last bullet point on the right-hand side, collaboration across the district. On Friday, in 2 days, we're going to meet for our monthly meeting to go over the current data. For us, it's going to be mid-year data, talking about the systems that are in place, talking about what works, what didn't work, is what we do every single month. We have a chat group which is constantly binging at all hours of the day and sometimes at night and over the weekend, sharing information, asking questions, receiving input. It has really been an honor to work with this group of teachers that we did. I mean, those early conversations by design, the conversations with principals, the recommendation that we're pulling teachers that are veteran, experienced, trusted teachers to work to do this shift on their campus. And to me, when I look at this data, my heart just kind of floats a little bit when you see not just that almost all of our students have shown growth, that we're actually outpacing. You're probably not surprised that I spent a lot of time this week looking at data, and that we're seeing that our intervention groups are outperforming and outpacing their peers, which is what we obviously need to happen. And I want to talk a little bit about those bottom two numbers. So 34% of our intervention students grew a band. That's the STAR test, where you're talking about 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. 65% increase in percentile rank. And we've been talking as an instructional team about data and, like how you shine the light on data to see different, like depending on what you're looking at, which is why you see Dr. and I show several slides to show different ways of seeing it, is because you want to kind of see it from all angles. And what percentile rank provides is that you can see the growth that happens in between the bands. If we have a student that is an EL learner, for example, who went from a 1 to a 1, we might, without shining the light different, miss the fact that that student might have grown tremendously when we look at percentile rank. So I think what you see in that percentile rank number is what real growth looks like, and then the blue number, the 34, and then the 28.8 in math shows the band-to-band jumpers. I also wanted to show a bit of a case study. As I talked about collective efficacy, I wanted us to kind of visualize, and I wanted to highlight Magnolia Elementary. It's gotten some airtime today, that we have our first grade team there, which just this incredible dynamic team of teachers who partnered with an incredible teacher, their intervention teacher at Magnolia, Miss Rains, and they do rotations around ELA, supporting students in a tiered sense. So that what it allows them to do is be able to work with the students in most need 3 times a day in 3 different blocks. And they've been using a strategy where they are asking for support from their parent community to come in and play one of those roles. So you have a teacher, you have your intervention teacher, and you have a parent that are all providing opportunities for student growth. And what I think the quote at the bottom coming from a teacher, one of our teachers in first grade really speaks for itself in that what's happening here is the numbers, we're showing growth. We're seeing students move from the lowest performing group out of that group at really tremendous rates in 4 or 5 months of trying this different activity, the different rotational model. But what also happened is the student's view of himself, because that's a big piece of it. We talk about collective efficacy. This is the Hattie data, if you can see the colorful thing on the top right-hand corner, showing the amount of growth that's possible with collective teacher efficacy. He does this data through meta studies and pulling them together and then making some assumptions based off those studies. 0.4 recognizes a year of growth. So anything above that, you're making greater than a year's growth. What isn't shown on there is student efficacy is also very high on that list. So when we're impacting student efficacy and we're impacting teacher efficacy, we start seeing results like this.
Okay, and then moving on to goal number 2, in conditions of learning. These are our success indicators for each of those. There's a success indicator around professional development. There's our diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging plan, our Forward Together plan, mental health and school safety and social emotional learning, as well as a new success indicator on cleaning standards. We believe that we are on track to meet each of these success indicators. In regards to professional learning, we survey teachers every time we offer some type of professional development, whether it be in our August pre-service days or any other professional development offering that we offer throughout the course of the school year. We are happy to report that as of right now, we're at a 96% relevant ratio in regards to the PD offerings that we've offered to date, especially those that were offered during the August PD sessions. We also want to just highlight our TOSA support, which does a tremendous amount of outreach and professional development and training, whether that be our elementary TOSA, our secondary TOSA, our math-specific TOSA, our technology TOSA, and our TOSA that is in charge of career technical education. So they're all doing a fantastic job. I joke with Assistant Superintendent Dill because he came from a district that has far more TOSAs than we do. We are a little lean. I think the last count was 65 or 70 at a previous to 80 TOSAs. So we make good use of the TOSAs that we do have, and they work really hard. In regards to that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Ecker, who's going to run us through a little bit of success as far as the Forward Together plan.
Hello again. We are about a little over halfway through the year. There are 33 total year one actions in our Forward Together plan. And so we have 54% of the actions that's been completed and an additional 39% that are well underway. So with this, I'm confident that we'll meet our target of 85%. And this work is broken up into 3 different categories. It might be easier to see the next. So goal 1 is communication and understanding. Each site welcomes interested students, staff, and parents to play a positive role in our No Place for Hate committees. And our district Forward Together committee spent time discussing belonging and its importance as a goal for each school in CUSD recently, and we will meet again next week for our second meeting. In goal 2, our work towards improving system-wide support was highlighted by our commitment to providing anti-bias training to all of our staff members in CUSD, our implementation of our MTSS system I previously discussed, and providing opportunities for professional growth as staff took part in San Diego County Office of Education training in civil discourse and restorative practices. Finally, in goal 3, structures for learning saw the heavy lift of reviewing and responding to student survey feedback through our No Place for Hate committees. Students with staff and parent support work together to gather support across the campus to stand up to hate in any form on our campuses and create 3 activities that respond to school-wide needs. This work has taken many forms, and I encourage everyone to review our Forward Together website where I post each student-designed activity. Based on our baseline survey we gave in the fall, far too many CUSD students have shared harassment or bullying that they've received based on their identity. My hope is that this work motivates all of us to take responsibility over the well-being of our community and the well-being of each student in CUSD. On this slide, you will see a breakdown of our progress so far by goal, and the appendix provides specifics for each item in our Forward Together plan.
All right. So going along with this, as we've been doing for the past few years, we administer the Kelvin survey. So we've just finished our 3rd time that the students took it this year, and we have one more opportunity in April. And so our target is to have that overall rating of 80% or higher, a favorable rating. And so overall, you can see we have that. We've got a couple areas that we're still addressing. They're close, but not quite that 80%. but we do have some that are there. And then our principals and our counselors look at that data. They kind of identify some of those areas that may be of need, and maybe design lessons around those or school activities. So just trying to like address any of those, sometimes they have focus groups, sometimes the schools also like administer their own surveys to kind of dig a little bit deeper into those categories that may have more of a concern to find out, what else is going on and how they can address that.
All right, and the next one is in regards to a new success indicator it's a new old success indicator that we put back on, and that's in regards to cleaning standards, and that's the cleaning standards would be met with 75% or higher emphasis on bathrooms. The mid-year report indicates that overall we're at 89% of those standards being met, with restrooms at a slightly lower rate of 84%. Just wanted to point out some of the things that our custodians are cleaning on a daily basis. We are really appreciative to have a fully staffed custodial crew at this point in time. They work tremendously hard at keeping our campuses clean. And so we'll continue to monitor those standards. And I know that they're working tremendously hard to try to keep those up to date. And then in regards to goal number 3 around engagement, these are our success indicators there. So one is under parent education, and that's our parent universities. The second is around career pathways and work-based learning. And then the third is around our graduate profile and social emotional learning. In regards to parent education, we've held 19 parent university workshops to date. And that includes 730 attendees. Some of those attendees may be repetitive. They may have come to multiple workshops. But we really appreciate the hard work of Rosemary Eshelman, as well as our community, to put some of those workshops together. At this point in time, we have 100% of the participants who have responded rated the sessions as being relevant and valuable. And we've listed out some of the things that we've done to date. As I mentioned, there's more on that list than what we've just bulleted out, but we think that we're well on track to hit our goal of the relevance rate as well as the participation rate.
So we had a goal this year to establish a baseline for the number of students participating in work-based learning activities. And to do that, we had to kind of establish what those activities are at the various grade levels. So the core of our work this year with our career ed team and really under the drive of Nicole Morsch, who I know you have all heard from and had the chance to work with in different ways, we've developed the TK-12 Career Development, Career Education Continuum, which is really a continuum of that, both considering the progression from career exploration and just learning about careers to opportunities for our older students to be engaged in internships and real hands-on type work-based learning experiences. So we're really proud of that. And the secondary piece to that is really kind of the underpinning of that is the scope and sequence of career-based career learning activities that happen at each of those grade levels. So there's kind of this overarching piece, which is the graphic that you see there, and then we're continuing the work to build out what those little pieces are that we see at each level, which will help us to identify where we might have gaps or areas for growth, and then that will help us get to this point of establishing that baseline for future growth. We're confident, we're really actually ahead of pace to have that completed this year, and very excited about that and that continuing work of really integrating that career awareness and career readiness hand in hand with what's happening in the classroom to really bring together the college and career piece for all of our students.
Thank you. All right, so in addition to the Kelvin survey, we also do our SEL survey, and we do that twice a year, and this one's really measuring our graduate profile attributes. So you see like where we actually scored in the fall and then what our targets are for the spring. So we'll report that at the end of the year. But also in this area, some of the things that we do is we have lessons on SEL for both like our elementary and middle school. and high school, secondary schools. We did add elementary and secondary counselors this year so that we have additional support for students. We also connect with like some community partners in this work. And then, the counselors and the teachers are doing, individual check-ins, small groups, and those sorts of things, especially with like some of those students that may have additional concerns that they want to support.
When we talk about college and career and social emotional learning, it's important to highlight the work that our amazing counseling teams across the district do. At the secondary level, again, I won't touch on each of these, but I want to highlight a couple of key points. Our team at Aviara Oaks Middle School was recently recognized as a recognized AXA Model Program RAMP certification, which is a tremendous honor that comes along with really aligning to national standards for an evidence-based and data-based counseling program. So the team there has worked hard over the last several years to really bring their practices in line with what was required for that certification. And so congratulations to them on that. At CVA, talk about bringing together kind of that career education with what's happening with counseling in the classroom. The counselor at CVA, Ms. Payne, has collaborated with Senior English to help deliver our Futures Academy curriculum to 12th grade CVA students. And Futures Academy is a curriculum that was developed for kind of career readiness and employability skills. And so they've been able to bring that in to really help students discover their what's next and what they will continue to do beyond high school. And then at Carlsbad High School and Sage Creek, both teams really commented on the benefits of the additional counselor over the past couple of years and the things that has allowed them to do with intervention and really more student contact and student-centered approach to counseling. On the challenge side of things, our counseling teams continue to reflect on the challenges of doing proactive, whole school type counseling lessons and activities to really reach out to more students, and the tension with the individual students' needs that sometimes students have that are more of the one-on-one thing. So really balancing that time and really finding ways to support all students and the needs that they have.
All right, so for our elementary counselors, slightly different focus than the secondary, but they are able to do the classroom lessons, so they try to get into each classroom on a monthly basis. And some of the topics addressed are listed there, and some of them are also dependent on like what the results of their Kelvin survey are, or something that they may find, like the first grade kiddos are having issues out on the playground, and so they design specific lessons just for first grade. They also are doing some small group and individual counseling, based on like through that MTSS process, students that are identified, as well as some like large group, like lunch bunch, girls groups, those sorts of activities. Again, each site's slightly different, just depending on the needs of the students. And then they also are out on the playground. They're there before and after school. They connect with families as well as with the students. Just kind of being a resource there, collaborate with the teachers, providing support of how to support that student in the classroom. If needed, sometimes they'll drop in and just kind of check in with those students that may not really need a pull-out support, but they just need somebody to check in with them. And then this year, we've also added, they've taken over the Section 504 plans, so they're working on those with the students and the families. And also like support a lot of the school-wide activities. So in some of the schools, they are the No Place for Hate coordinator, and so they're working on that. Other schools, like they coordinated Compassion Day or Career Week. So again, slightly different at each of the sites. They have more time to spend in the classrooms than secondary because there's a lot more things that happen there, but they're a valuable asset to our elementary schools.
All right, and we have obviously our goals and success indicators, and then there's the LCAP, which is this compliance document that we try to align as best as we can. What we work and live with is those goals and success indicators every single day. However, one of the requirements that we have to comply by is that part of the LCAP requires that we list out all of our data and metrics, some of which we monitor and track, but the requirement of the LCAP, but they're not embedded in our goals and success indicators. So for that extent, we've included Exhibit B, which talks about some of the metrics that The LCAP requires us to post and publicize, and then we report on that at the end of the year. Also is Exhibit C, which talks about our mid-year expenditures to date. So part of the LCAP requires us to provide an expenditure plan, and it anticipates what we're going to spend in this course of the school year. Pleased to present that we're pretty much right on the halfway point as far as our expenditures to date, and we think we'll meet not the exact number, but pretty close to the exact number as far as expenditures, and that's listed in Exhibit C. So those two exhibits are attached to this board item. We wanted to just point that out, that they're there as well. We also have several appendices in the actual slide deck itself. We put together some other data slides for the public if they'd like to see that, and we'll be posting that publicly to the website so that they can see more detail if they wanted to, some of the data that we've presented. And with that, we're happy to turn it back over to President Rawlings.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We have one blue card.
Thank you. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. We will have the timer on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time has expired. The first and only speaker is Allison Emery.
Hello and good evening. Sorry, a little shorter than I thought tonight. I am speaking on the LCAP and I am a current resident of Carlsbad, lifelong resident. Currently just moved our daughter over to the school district though, because I am myself a teacher in our Solana Beach. And so this is my first time experiencing the LCAP through the parent lens in a different district. So it's been really insightful. One of the things I might be new to is the thought exchange. I was really interested to take that for the first time, and I hope we can get a lot more participation before it closes. Although there are already close to 3,000 participants and almost 100,000 ratings, which seems really good. It's amazing, though, how much it changes and shifts over time, depending on who puts in the comments. So I don't know if that's something you can sort out, is who are the community members, the teachers, the students, and whatnot, but you can definitely tell when the students are answering. So some of the initial ones, I looked at were needing intervention, counselors, which is exactly aligned with the LCAP. And the ones that I was looking through recently, the main ones came up as like fun, lunch, breaks, food. So all important things to consider, because we know that the student's environment creates a positive learning experience as well. Also really glad to see the intervention program being implemented in kind of a pull-out, push-in that I've seen in previous school districts I've worked in, as well as schools, a huge amount of success. So very excited to see what that happens and what comes about from that. And also just kind of curious if there is a district social worker. That's something that I've seen implemented in districts that seems to be able to handle some more of those intense cases so that that one-on-one counseling and other lessons can really happen. So all in all, my last question is just in regard to the STAR test and how does that directly align with the SBAC? It seems from going from our previous district, my daughter was outstanding and now we're very down, she's dropped quite a bit, but I know her understanding has not. So just how is that aligning? Because I have a lot of parents coming to me, being the teacher in the neighborhood, and I go, I don't know. So just how much that aligns and kind of the curiosity, because the parents are confused. So a little bit more clarity on that in education might be beneficial. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask prior to the meeting? Trustee Williamson.
Well, I asked prior to the meeting, but I also said that I would ask again because I wasn't answered. But I didn't really necessarily ask for an answer. Just thank you so much for the presentation and for the data, and it was so helpful, and congratulations to everyone who has worked so hard to put it together, as well as to create the good things that have occurred. My question is, now that you've had a chance to look, and specifically, I think of interest to all of us on the board, specifically the intervention results, because that was something that we did for one time this year, and we would really are interested to make sure that we're really looking at it closely. Can you tell me, after having looked through this, what lessons learned, what you might be doing differently? We're 5 months into this. As Dr. Ecker, you and I have, as you know, I've visited our intervention teachers, and I think all except for one of our elementary schools, and spent time watching and observing, and each side is different. Each side is implementing it differently. Some of them vastly different, some of similar. What changes, into processes, to procedures, to anything do you anticipate making between now and the end of the year?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I just want to premise it with just a couple things, and I promise you, Trustee Willis, I'll answer your question directly as well. I'll just note that the shifts have already started occurring. The idea behind the continuous improvement model is that we're constantly looking at data and are able to use the Renaissance STAR system is great and able to help us create groups and figure out who should move where, and even design, as Dr. Nye said, lessons. So, our principals have looked at the data and already shifted some grouping. That's one thing, is that the shifts have already occurred. Number two, what I'd say is that one of the lessons I've learned about the intervention process is we have to be a little careful about how top-down it becomes, and this work is always going to be most effective shoulder to shoulder. In our schools with greater numbers of students in need of intervention, the design, I think, makes sense to be different than schools with smaller numbers of interventions. And the easiest way to visualize that is if you had 3 or 4 students in your classroom that needed some additional support, it might make sense to pull 3 or 4 students out at a key time that they're not missing something else to get that support. But if you have 40% of the students in your classroom that need additional support, now it deserves a different sort of design in which is going to need all on board to do so. And the design that we've really talked about, this collective efficacy design where grade levels are working together, continues to be what I'm encouraging elementary schools specifically, bless you, to try to incorporate where it makes sense. And I think that one of the things I'm really proud of is where we're doing that, we're seeing some incredible results. The thing to me, to the direct question, that it really points to is something that we started realizing a little bit, like in the middle of this, is that math is more challenging than ELA. And one of the reasons that math is more challenging than ELA is that the groups of students that need support shift beneath your feet from unit to unit. As a principal was talking to me just this week on, her point was that we're teaching students about place value, and they're doing great, and then you're like, okay, now we're doing measurement, and it's like a totally different world that they're in. And talk about self-efficacy. Oh, I don't know if I can do this anymore. Things shift like that, and now we change who should be in which targeted group. And I think one of the things that we're already starting to look at is how can we better think about the intervention process in the area of math, because I think the data shows us we've been successful in both areas, but much more successful in the area of ELA. So we need to work on some of those math tweaks. And like one idea that came up this week was looking at curriculum, because you could think about, work with students, you can think about curriculum, you can think about culture. But in the area of curriculum, if there's a way that we could start designing some of these math units to link better with one another, and they don't, in a lot of grade levels, they're a little clunkier in the move from one unit to the other. And there's ways to relate some of these concepts together, so maybe the landing in the next unit doesn't feel so severe to some of our kiddos that are going through those transitions. So that's the big picture, is how can we rethink math more difficult, and we're already coming up with some ideas we may want to try to pull that off.
Trustee Person.
It's along the same topic on the intervention. This is for Dr. Eckert as well, just to tag along on this. I think you mentioned about culture change. And you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, culture change takes time. So as you envision, let's, on the positive side, culture change as it relates to intervention, do you see a point where the need for intervention teachers will diminish because the culture has changed?
I mentioned the the shifting of what I'm now thinking of them, and different sites. Ms. Williamson is absolutely correctly doing this differently, taking some chances on some sites that are quite brave in trying to do different things and think in different ways. What our intervention teachers or academic coaches, I would say, are doing is making that transition move a whole lot easier, smoother, and that they're able to partner with grade level teams and make some things that wouldn't have happened without their support. That first grade model is a perfect example of that. They're also, by getting off their campus, which is something that is, as we can imagine, is much more difficult for any other teacher on that campus to do. They're able to see these models employed, and they're bringing our schools closer together. So, I mean, I would say everything is about a discussion about, what to have more of in a finite system. But I do believe that what our intervention teachers are doing is much more than working with specific students. And I'm seeing the need for academic coaches when we want to make any shifts, which we constantly do on our campuses, trying new things and realizing that there's not a simple answer to education. It's tough because you're not learning for a kid. You have to just develop an environment that's most likely for that student to learn. So I guess my simple answer is I think we would continue to benefit from having teachers that could do that work year in, year out. I don't think there's a point where we no longer would benefit from it.
Thank you.
Other questions? Trustee Corbeth?
I did ask this question earlier, but I talked to Dr. Nye about just explaining it a little bit more to all of us. So our high school STAR math proficiency rate on slide 12 is 40%, and our graduation rate is 95%. If we're seeing a proficiency rate of 40%, which is not grade level proficient in math, how is it that so many students are qualifying to graduate?
Yeah, and that's an excellent question. I think there are a couple different factors that weigh into that. What I mentioned earlier about summative math is one of those factors. So some of our students aren't testing. Some of our highest performing students aren't testing. Another thing that's trickier at the high school is this idea of high stakes testing. And what is a high stakes test for a high school student versus what's high stakes test for us? And the SBAC is a state test as well as STAR testing, and we would view those as high stake testing. But for students, their high stake tests are classes or tests that they take in their classes to earn grades in order to get a diploma. That's their main objective, as well as if they're an advanced placement student, they're working hard to try to get college credit and do well on an AP test. So there's definitely, we see a effort performance, I think, challenge as we get into the high school, math and English language arts, where we principals do a good job, as well as site administrators, talking to students about the importance of these assessments, that we use them for multiple things. They guide our instruction, but that's hard to convince an AP kid sometimes, when they're staring down a college board test that's coming up, and they also have a interim assessment on STAR that's, measuring whether or not they're at grade level or not. So when they far exceed grade level. So there are challenges with the high school. I know some districts don't even do interim assessments at the high school level, but we felt like it was advantageous to identify students in need of intervention, more specifically, specifically at the lower grades, 9th and 10th grade, but we do use it in the 11th grade as well.
Thank you.
I actually have a follow-up on that one myself, and I think I may have misunderstood when we talked earlier, that, so on, I had it on slide 8 or on 12, that, are you saying that the AP and the high performers are not testing at all, or they're taking they're taking the fall exam and not the winter exam?
So summative math doesn't test at all. So anybody that's beyond Algebra 2, so that's your pre-calculus honors, those students do not test at all. In English, we give our accelerated students, our AP students, the fall assessment. If those students show that they're exceeding standards, which they should show that they're exceeding standards, then those students would not have to take a winter or a spring assessment. So it deflates our scores in a way, but we've talked to English teachers and math teachers at those levels. And again, the primary purpose of this assessment is to figure out who's in need of intervention at that grade level. Our AP honors kiddos at the high school, specifically junior and senior year, aren't necessarily going to need intervention. We know that. So as long as they can do well and perform well on that fall assessment in English, we don't test them again throughout the year.
So then a follow-up based on that answer. So are we saying that the fact that we have 80% of our students are taking either an AP honors or a community college class, does that mean that the percentage of students that are actually taking the test in general is maybe 60, 50%?
No, not necessarily. I mean, the AP honors and community college classes won throughout the course of their 4 years in high school. So we see higher rates than that. But we do see, and I noticed that there were a few of you that were asking that question, we do see a dip in students that take the tests in the fall and then students that, again, take the tests in the winter and the spring. And primarily that dip is because of our high school students. And so when you look at our middle school and elementary, it's really consistent, those numbers. It might be off maybe 10 kids. But at the high school level, it was 1,000, several thousand students less from fall to spring. Now, some of that can be attributed to, AP students that scored exceeding in standards. Other things could be students not testing inside the window. We may have, an issue with absenteeism. There could be a number of different things. We're reaching out to both principals to try to get a better sense of why we saw such a large discrepancy. But there is a reason why we should see a decline in the number of students from fall to winter to spring.
Trustee Pearson.
This is for you, Dr. Eckert, again. On Forward Together, and you reported some really positive things from a tactical side, but from an evaluation side or measurement side, are you seeing or are we seeing any feedback from students and staff attitudinally about their experience?
Yeah, so today was reporting on the LCAP. That's why I didn't necessarily go into great detail. I'll say a lot of it is just person to person, conversation to conversation. Talking with students about the avenue of using No Place for Hate and clubs on campus to be able to feel comfortable in groups of students, be able to respond to situations where they are looking for more connections on campus. There's been some real positives there. The whole concept of students looking at their own data and then developing activities that they think are likely to improve campus climate has been just a kind of a neat activity to go through and to continue to go through. And I think for me, what I want to see is percentages of students that, like what we saw in the fall, that are sharing that they were harassed because of identity-based features, and which I referenced in what I said, because that's kind of that's at the heart of it. And this should be, in my eyes, a community-based response. Nobody, you had mentioned actually early on, I was thinking about your comment where you referenced President Lincoln and how it's students that bring us together. And it reminded me of this quote from Brene Brown, where she says, we seem to have forgotten that what we're doing here is bigger than ideology. It's bigger than political party. It's bigger than sports team. That what we have going for us is all of us are here for the betterment of the students in which we serve. And I think for me, that's what I'm hoping that we get from this, is that our students feel supported and that they feel empowered and have some agency in which to apply some of these things that are going to make a difference. So these conversations I'm having are wonderful, but I'd like to see what the results of the next survey.
It's just a follow-up on this, but.
Trustee Ward, is your follow-up?
Mine's a question.
It's not a follow-up to what was just
No.
answered. Trustee Pearson?
So just to follow up, I know you're going to wait for some additional data, everything. On the academic and the attendance side, are you looking forward to seeing how the impacts of Forward Together have on those metrics?
Absolutely. And there's some, actually, the academic data I'll speak to. We have one school at CHE that was on target improvement from the state based off their chronic absenteeism at 22%. And their most recent data they just hit is 9%. So doing tremendous work there.
Right.
And we talk about the way that, the pursuit of this culture and climate on each of our campuses, and it's going to be a little different on what the feel is that we're looking for in elementary school, middle, and high. It's about students realizing the power they have over their own environment. And that's really, I think, what's beautiful about a No Place for Hate program, because it's like an empty shell, right? It's just there for students to come in and fill it. And the conversations I'm having with elementary school staff is, guess who I see at the high schools doing this work is those that were involved in Kids for Peace in elementary, those that were involved in the web program in middle school. We're growing leaders in our community, and that we should see that work as extremely important in doing this work in serving every kid. Yeah.
Trustee Ward?
Thanks, everybody, for all your work. Excuse me, geez. And this is for Dr. Ecker. And thank you for everything that you're doing, because I know you have a lot on your shoulders. So thanks. Great work. I was wondering, you shared a lot about the progress that's a lot of kids that we're making, and that's enormous. Curious, are there a lot of students that are also reaching the grade level standards that they need to be at, or is it more progress that you're seeing? That's my first question.
We're actually, to the first question, we're seeing both. And I think that I can, we were looking, one of the data, like I was going deep into the data this week. So one of the data pieces that we were looking at is looking at Meet Succeed data for overall. You probably saw that. And then for the intervention students as well. And that is, I'd like to share another light to shine on there. And remember that the group that we're working with, I think needs to be, you got to understand who you're looking at to understand the data in full. Because we started with this data that we pulled from the fall, most of the students, I'd say like 75% of each school is made up of 4th and 5th graders. Because of when we look at STAR data and SBAC data, or SBAC data specifically. So then when you look at the growth that's occurring grade by grade, the greatest growth that happened overall for most of the schools was in 3rd. Some of our schools actually that made huge growth were almost flat in 4 or 5 with huge growth in 3rd. And the idea that our intervention students still made growth, knowing that most of those students are in these grade level spans that as a grade level didn't make as much growth as maybe other grade level spans, even highlights more the growth that we're making. So yes, we've had some great growth, and specifically at our models that have full-time intervention teachers and that are using this collective efficacy model that I showcased at Magnolia.
And I was going to speak to that too, so thank you for sharing that.
Is that a follow-up? I just want to make sure no
No,
one
it's
else
a
has any
second
questions.
question.
Okay, is there anyone else who has a follow-up to that one? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My second question is just hearing what Trustee Williamson has observed and some things that have been reported to us and what you shared about Magnolia. Are you looking, I know every site has its own culture and its own characteristics, but are you looking to kind of unify that system, that intervention system? So possibly if a student moves from site to site, that they're getting the same support? Are you looking to, kind of possibly use that model from Magnolia? I mean, 'cause you highlighted it, and it looks like it's working well. So is that something that you're looking to do?
So I'll answer that first by saying yes. I'm a big believer in that what is happening at Magnolia, and it's not just Magnolia. It's happening at you guys saw it, at multiple sites. And I'd say, like where we are about 5-6 months into the year, at multiple sites in pockets at multiple sites. So it takes buy-in and it takes collaboration, which isn't easy either, to work shoulder to shoulder and see students as moving from this is my student and how did your students do to how did our students do is 100% what I believe is the most effective model to see the greatest gains that we can get. So on that note, absolutely. And in pursuit of that, you can expect that I will continue to work shoulder to shoulder with the staff at each school to step forward in ways that they feel comfortable doing, because you can't lose sight of that we have to build thinking mentalities. And as soon as someone comes in and tries to shift something for someone, people then pull back. And what we need them to do is lean forward and look at that data and like make constant changes in that practice. It's really like this ongoing, and each chapter test, each opportunity to see new data, thinking differently and celebrating students, which is the neat thing about that, about collective advocacy, that you get to all celebrate students when they move up to different levels or when they hit key metrics. So the answer is yes, and we're going to do one step at a time. And there are still examples of where maybe 3 students in this class, and that's the kids that need help. Maybe the idea for them is just to get that help directly and then return, although ideally we're moving to this idea of collective efficacy.
Thank you.
Trustee Pearson?
Lots of questions tonight.
I'm just looking for other folks so everyone has an opportunity.
Absolutely. I think, Dr. Nye, it was slide 29 on school safety. Yes. So where you see 6th through 12th at 75%, is there specific campuses that, I think it's Dr. Brockett's going to answer this. I can see him smiling. So is it specific campuses that are seeing more of that coming up in terms of school safety issues for the students in the 6th to 12th?
That's a great question. It is pretty consistent across the board. And actually, it was interesting because I was just looking earlier at the questions, as I think that some of the trustees have had conversation around, what meets that, what answer choices count as the positives versus the negatives. And I wanted to go back and look at that because it was a slight drop. And I don't know if you remember the conversation last year where it was flipped. It was at the elementary level, that was the lowest area, and at the secondary level, it was the highest area. So I don't necessarily have a finger on what the reason is for that, whether it's the way students are reading the questions or if there was something in the news on the day before they took the survey. I'm not certain yet, but we certainly our secondary teams do look very closely at these results. These are snapshot results, right? They don't dig deep into which students answered which ways and reasons why, but it does give them a starting point to start to think about and have conversations about these things on campus, and I know that our principals are doing that.
And I would just add to that, once the principals do get the data, they do oftentimes follow-up climate surveys to kind of dig into what that data means. So they may send an additional Kelvin survey digging deeper into what that school safety might mean. So one of the things that we will be asking principals in their kind of mid-year reflection is to be reflecting on not just the academic portions of where they're at, but also the Kelvin pulses. So to be expecting some reflection from each of the school sites on, each of the data points and how they feel like they did.
Other questions? Trustee Verbeff.
So on Exhibit B, page 3, you address chronic absenteeism. It's still pretty high at 17.6%. What was the basis for creating a goal to move into blue or green? How much lower would we need to get to achieve blue or green? And what have we done to address this so far? Dr. Ecker talked a little bit about what's happening over at Calavera Hills Elementary, which is excellent.
Yeah, I think each one of the schools is trying to increase attendance. We have our bilingual liaisons as well that have been working hard at outreach to certain families to try to encourage attendance as well. In order for us to get into a green or a blue band in chronic absenteeism, the state kind of has this metric or matrix that they look at, and they not just look at status, where you're currently at, but they look at change over time. So there's two different things that they're looking at. When I looked at it today, we'd have to get our chronic absenteeism rate around 10% or 10% or below in order for us to move into that band of a blue or a green. And so I would say that individual sites are working very diligently to try to increase attendance, decrease chronic absenteeism. It's been a struggle since the pandemic for sure. But I think we're moving in the right direction. It seems to be ticking down each year since we've been back in person. So we'll continue to monitor that, work with school sites to try to increase that. I know our overall attendance rate has been very good as well. So those are good signs.
Thank you.
Trustee Pearson.
My last question. So I think it's slide 33. Yes. Is there any plans besides measuring participation in parent university on outcomes? I mean, is there, or impacts, either outcomes or impacts? Any plans for that?
As of right now, no. Certainly as we develop the LCAP goals and success indicators for next year, that could be a discussion and something that comes up in our March study session. It may be challenging to kind of have a nexus or draw a line between a parent university session and the impact of that session, but we could look at it, certainly. Staff's not opposed to that. I just would want to figure out kind of what that would look like.
Any other questions? I had one. On slide 18, and thank you for correcting the developed and offered part on the world history. But I was hoping that you would address also, how does offering a class indicate a lead measure? So not just this class, but all the other classes that you're offering the class. How does that indicate increased enrollment?
That's a great question. And I think, obviously, an array of offerings for students provide multiple access points for more students to get engaged in these advanced level courses like this. In the particular case of the AP World History course, for example, that course has been in discussion over multiple years since my time as a high school principal. And one of the thoughts about that. One, we have heard from students. So there's multiple offerings kind of in that realm right now. There's CP World History. There's AP European History, and many schools offer, rather than AP European History, offer the AP World History. We've heard from both students an interest in the AP World class, as well as teachers feeling like that was a course that would draw more students into that higher level course. And get them engaged in the AP level course in the 10th grade level like that, which again opens the door for more students if that is of a higher interest. Now, ultimately, students vote with their course selections, right? So we'll see this spring what the selections look like for that course next year. But I think in this particular case, I'm pretty confident that we will see a strong number of students that are interested in that course. And then to the degree that opens the door for students to experience those higher level courses in the 10th grade level, for more students to do that who might have looked at maybe AP European history and felt like that was a little bit esoteric and I'm just going to take my regular world history class, that they would have an opportunity to do that. And we'll see. And we can certainly share back more information at a later time on that once course selections are completed and things like that. But I do think, that was a lot of the thinking that went into the development of that as an offering.
And just as a thought, that's true for all the offerings here, that we will see as a lead measure how that impacted enrollment, correct?
Right, yeah, correct. And so, yeah, the more chances and the more opportunities that students have. And that's where like the concurrent enrollment is really great for students, because concurrent enrollment in community college courses allows a student, in some cases, those are dual enrollment courses at the high school. In some cases, that's a student opening up the catalog at MiraCosta and saying, hey, I'm interested in doing this. And that's great for our kids as well.
Okay, thank you. Now the time is for discussion. Board, is there any discussion? Okay, I just wanted to say that I am thrilled with our decision as a board to focus in on elementary. And to me, I truly believe that elementary, as Dr. Eckert talked about, that's going to create culture change that will impact middle school and high school. So I'm thrilled that us as a board made that decision last year to have that focus on elementary. I'm also thrilled that we decided to look at multiple measures and not just testing, that we're looking at Achieve 3000. We're looking at these different measures, and we're saying that, this is an indication of success. This is an indication of success. And the quote that you indicated in the slide deck, that when a student believes in themselves, they're going to succeed, and that's what I look at when I'm when I'm looking at what LCAP decisions we're going to make next month. To me, this is an indication of the actions of this board and our discussions and our debating and those types of things, and coming to an agreement, I think is paying off. And so I just wanted to make that comment. And then one other comment was the success of Parent University. One of the things that Trustee Pearson and I learned at our city school district session is that no other districts that are in Carlsbad, which is 4 other districts, I think, offer Parent University. So we're the only district that offers that, which is a great engagement. And again, I'm proud of this board that we've decided to prioritize that and to engage our parents. And I think that we've shown lots of success. So I just want to congratulate our board, and thank you so much for all of, for you making the vision of this board come to light, and we're seeing our successes in mid-year. So that's all I have to say. Trustee Williamson.
So that inspired me to actually to say something also. Just as a board, I heard when Dr. Eckert, one of the things that you said is that you did with the intervention, that there was maybe one of the things, lessons learned was that you didn't want it to be too top down. That, at least I think that's what I heard. And so when Ms. Board, you had just mentioned about having it be, I think, consistency, having some type of processes in place for the intervention. I think that as a board, that I'm hoping that we will have a discussion about if, is this something that we want to have be basic, kind of a top-down or very prescriptive, or do we want it to continue to be kind of what it's been like this year, is that principals basically, from my understanding, is principals have kind of driven what happens on their side in conjunction with what the intervention teacher and staff and input from the district office. Anyway, just something to kind of be prepared for, that I think that that's a discussion that my guess is that we'd be having probably during LCAP. But just kind of a preview that I think that there is a little bit of a difference, maybe not a difference of opinion, but a different approach, and that I think that that's something that we would certainly have a discussion about.
Trustee Pearson.
I was encouraged to hear that Forward Together is starting to have impacts, and we're going to see, even though we don't have all the data yet, is that we'll start seeing how the academics of certain subgroups are being impacted as well as their attendance. Because my remembrance of the initial conversation years ago was to say, how can we help these kids? How can we help these students? We've done everything else, and it's not working. So, we started slicing and dicing, and Forward Together became part of the slicing and dicing. And so I'm encouraged from Dr. Eckert's comments. I know we need to have a lot more data, and sleepless nights for Dr. Eckert again, but I think then it also, not just for our board, but for the community as well, to prove what Forward Together is doing for that, particularly for a lot of groups of students that have not been able to succeed in our district.
Any other discussion? Okay, thank you so much. And we now move on to item 7.2, Annual Measure HH Financial and Performance Audit, Fiscal Year 2022-2023.
I was more than willing to give one of those three people my comfortable seat, but they brought their own.
We need to fit 4.
Yes. Okay, just let me get to my notes here. Next item up is the Measure HH Audit Report. The board previously reviewed and accepted the annual audit and financial report for the 22-23 school year, which did include information on the Measure HH funds. The Measure HH audit conducts further testing of the financial transactions and also conducts a performance audit to make sure that all of the funds are spent for purposes that were outlined in the bond measure. Happy to report that we once again have the highest level of report that we can get, which is an unmodified opinion with no findings. I did transmit the audit report to the board audit committee, and they had the opportunity to review the audit report before we posted it to the agenda and ask any questions. At the same time we posted the audit report with the board agenda, I also transmitted it to the independent oversight committee, as it is the law that we give both bodies the audit report at the same time, so they have also had a chance to see that. With us tonight is one of the members of our independent oversight committee, and it is common that one of our members speak to the audit report. But as Ms. Hurst approaches, I will say that there were some accolades that were given earlier in the superintendent report, and I just wanted to point out that at our next oversight committee meeting that we will be presenting Ms. Hurst with an award or with a recognition for her many years of service on the oversight committee, and also for both Proposition P and Measure HH, and I know that you were heavily involved with getting Measure HH passed. So Ms. Hurst, if you'd like to speak to the audit report for a few moments.
Chairs are not, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, my back does not like the chairs. And if we have any money left in phase 5 of HH, I want a chair of my own in the district office. I'm going on record. So as Mr. Dills mentioned, I've been on the HH Oversight Committee for the past 5 years, but I'm going to term out at the end of next month, which even though I'm terming out, I know everyone in this room knows that I will still be involved anyways. So I might not have an official vote, but I will still be watching what goes on this on the measure. As Mr. Dill pointed out, I was one of the co-chairs in helping get it passed back in 2018. Holy moly, where's the time goes? For the past 2 years, I've also served as the Oversight Committee San Diego Taxpayers Association representative, which just means that every year I help the district fill out our school bond scorecard and report back to the Taxpayers Association. They have a whole metric. I help fill it out, making sure that we're checking all the boxes. In my opinion, that scorecard has some flaws, but I continually tell the Taxpayer Association in that, but they have not listened to my opinion yet, but I digress on that. But we still continually score B+ or higher.
Yes.
So I'm really convinced anyone who gets an A+ is totally lying on that scorecard, but that's just me. So anyways, I'm happy to report that our audit received no findings, and as a committee, we review all the bond construction contracts, the purchases, and warrants to ensure all the bond funds were used only on authorized projects approved by the voters. When reviewing the expenditures, the Oversight Committee always really pays particular attention to the increase or decrease of certain line items. You wouldn't think in this day and age that there's ever any decreases, but on occasion we see some, and it's great because I know the district is always looking for those ways to cut, save money here where we can. According to the audit, all significant respects expended, let me read this. Measure HH bond off building fund was only used for the specific project approved by the voters and in accordance with Proposition 39 and outlined in Article 13A, Section 1, B3C in the California Constitution. Anyways, I just wanted to also thank Mr. Dill, Jessica Kimbrell, Kathy Gunselman, and the whole CUSD Finance Department, because there's a lot of work on the back end of this. And one of the things with the Taxpayer Association that's really pushed, I think, the district staff is it has to be every expenditure needs to be tracked per project. And so that's been a lot of work on the district staff to implement that so we could get another point on our scorecard. So there's just a lot of work. We have a great oversight committee, and we do have a couple vacancies. So if there's anyone listening to this that's interested, contact me or Eric Till. So thanks again to all the staff, and we have another great audit.
Thank you. And with that, we would ask for acceptance of the audit report.
Thank you. And I did fail to say, trustees, that this is a discussion action item, and I failed to say that. So this is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Trustees, do you have any questions for staff that were unable to ask prior to the meeting? No questions. May I have a motion to accept the Measure HH Bond Building Fund Audit Report for fiscal year 2022-23 as presented as Exhibit A?
So moved. Pearson.
I'm going to go with
It's okay.
motion by trustee Verbath and second by trustee Pearson. And any discussion? I just wanted to say another great job. No findings. Can't get any better than that. So I appreciate the work. And one more meeting I didn't have to go to. So I appreciate that too. With that said, any other discussion? Okay. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Student Board Representative Santon,
Yes.
Trustee Pearson,
Yes.
Trustee Williamson,
Yes.
Trustee Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Verbath,
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And we now move on to item 7.3, Measure HH Bond Program Update. Trustees, this is an information discussion item. I will now turn it over to Mr. Dill.
Okay. Thank you again. And we did post a monthly report on Valley Middle School, as that's the one school that is currently active under construction, with a little bit of work happening at Calavera Hills. But let me give you a quick rundown of some work and I will start with some good news. and that is yesterday we did receive the notification that we will have our stormwater and grading permit approved for Aviara Oaks Elementary School. So we have our final meeting with them on Monday. It's already been scheduled. At the end of that meeting, we get our permit issued. So that means the work that is pending for building 800 and 900 can now commence, as well as the other site improvements that we need to do at Aviara Oaks. So that was very good news. We are patiently waiting for the stormwater and grading permit for Valley Middle School, but we're also this close to getting that. When Jessica hung up the phone on Aviara Oaks, I said, call back and ask about Valley. She said, we're close. So, and I know I've actually completed all of the final documents, so we're just waiting for their final review. So we'll get back underway at Aviara Oaks soon, and as well as at Valley. At Calavera Hills, we have poured the footings for the STEAM lab at Calavera Hills Elementary, and we anticipate that the modular building will be delivered in April. So we should have that project done before the end of the school year. Unfortunately, it wasn't earlier before the end of the school year, so it'll be up and running for next school year. At Buena Vista, we're still in plan review with the city and Division of State Architect for that project. We're working with the builder and the architect on that. Pacific Rim, I'll start with the flooding that we had in Building 400. We will get the final proposal for the guaranteed maximum price from the contractor this week, so we'll be reviewing that to get that piece of the project started soon, and we will also begin working on the entire site modernization design and schematic phase, and then we'll bring that back to the board probably at the facilities workshop so they can review that. AOM, where we are also working with a design team to begin the schematic design process, and then back in April, we hope to give the board a more thorough update on where we are with that upcoming project. I think I'll leave it at that. We have a couple of other random things, but I think those are the highlights of what we're working on right now.
Thank you, Mr. Dill, and Mr.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. We have dated ourselves on that one, I'm afraid. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank goodness. Okay, trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask prior to the board meeting? Trustee Verbeth.
When you describe the evaluation of the site at AOMS, does that evaluation include discussions with the administrators at that site?
Yes, when we kick off a project, we do begin to involve the administrators to get their assessment of what they feel their needs are, and then the architect team and the construction team do a full site evaluation, and the administrators are with us every step of the way from that point on. As we develop the schematic design, which is based on the overall needs of the site and working within the budget, we'll bring that back for discussion with the administrators. Then our plan would be to have a review of the proposed budget and project scope with the board, and then we do our public and staff outreach as we did in phases 1 and 2A.
Any other questions? Trustee Verbeth.
Kind of as a follow-up, Mr. Dill just mentioned the public outreach. So I wanted to ask, are we including outreach to neighbors about their concerns with any changes on that site, as well as to the city, and making sure that we have all our ducks in a row?
Yeah, with Aviara Oaks, we've already done a significant amount of outreach as part of the Phase 2 planning for the elementary school, including taking input on the traffic impacts. The middle school, that work will be done by the time we get to the middle school, so we really won't need to conduct that level of outreach on the traffic impacts. We have been having conversations with the city because we are in the coastal zone, so we want to make sure that we're in compliance with all of their regulations. Fortunately, we're in a bowl below any neighbors, so they look out over the school and not at the school. So we shouldn't have any type of view impacts or anything like that. And then again, once we get through the initial project scoping, that's when we go back out for staff and parent and community input or evaluation of the plan. And then we bring it back to the board for final approval before we move forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, and trustees, now is the time for board discussion. Any discussion? No discussion? Okay, then we will move on. And I want to go ahead and take a quick break. So at 8:15, if we could be back, please. So that's 7 minutes. Next item. And we now move to 7.4, election of 2024 CSBA Region 17 delegate. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Churchill.
Thank you, trustees. Each year, the California School Boards Association holds elections for representatives to the CSBA Delegate Assembly. That happens annually. We are in CSBA's Region 17. There are 9 vacancies to be filled in Region 17 this year. We distributed to you via board docs a ballot. There are a total of 9 people running for the 9 vacant positions. This evening, the action for you to take will be to determine which of those 9, up to 9, the board collectively will place a vote for as part of the election process. So I think that's all I have.
Excellent. Is there any blue cards?
We do not have any blue cards.
Okay, great. Trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask before the meeting? No questions, okay. I'm sorry. Trustee Person.
For Dr. Churchill, I know I received a couple communications from a couple of the candidates. Is there, in your opinion, that the 9 candidates, do you have any sense of, I'm not asking you to advocate for any one of them, but do you have any sense in terms of them representing Carlsbad Unified School District favorably?
No, sir, I do not have a sense one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so what I'd like to go through each name one by one. Each of the approvals will go on the ballot that staff will return as indicated. So I just wanted to make sure, does everyone have their exhibits up so they know who they're voting for? Okay, great. Okay, so I may have a motion and a second for trustee listed in Exhibit C.
Can I ask a question? A procedural?
Sure.
If there are 9 positions and 9 candidates, can we just vote for them all or for none? I mean, is there a reason why
Well, it
we would
doesn't
be-
give an opportunity if a trustee wanted to vote no on a candidate.
Okay, all right, very good.
So, may have a, and I will say each one would be, if it fails for a lack of a motion or a lack of a second, then that person would not go on the ballot as well. So that's why I need a motion, a second for each one if we want to move forward. Okay, so we may have a motion and a second for Exhibit C.
So moved. Pearson?
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbev?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
No, I'm sorry, yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second for trustee listed in Exhibit D? I need a motion and a second. I'm going to ask one more time, and then it fails for a lack of a motion.
And you can make a motion, you know.
You're right, I could.
Okay. Just-
I'll make a motion for Beth.
Second, Pearson?
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbev?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second for trustee listed in Exhibit E?
So moved. Pearson?
I need a second. I will second. Oh, second, trustee Ward? Is there any discussion? And this is E as in Edward, correct? Okay. I will be voting no on this candidate. I don't believe that this candidate would serve our district well. We're in discussion.
Great. Can you be a little more specific?
I'm familiar with the voting record of the candidate, and I just don't believe, and also as the candidate has been on CSBA in the past and hasn't been as responsive as I would have liked. Any other discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward? No. Trustee Verbeff?
No.
Trustee Rawlings?
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
Oh, I'm sorry. And may I have a motion and a second for trustee listed in Exhibit F, as in Frank?
So move Pearson.
Second, Williamson.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second for a trustee listed in Exhibit H? Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. G. I'll move to approve candidate in G.
Second Pearson.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. May I please, Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And may I have a motion and a second for trustee listed in Exhibit H?
So move, Verbeff.
Second, Williamson.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I will not be voting in favor of this candidate as well for similar reasons. This person has not been on the on CSBA, but again, I'm familiar with the voting record, and I don't believe it's consistent with Carlsbad Unified.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is there anything specific that stands out in this candidate that you feel doesn't represent Carlsbad Unified School District? Best interest?
I'd be more comfortable if you could review the Ramona Unified School District voting record over the past 3 years, and I'm sure you could figure that out. Any other discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
No.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. We move on to, can I have a motion and a second for the trustee listed in Exhibit I?
So moved, Williamson.
Second Pearson.
I have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second for the trustee listed in Exhibit J?
So move, Verbeff.
I'll second Rawlings. Is there any discussion? No discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And may I have a motion and a second for the trustee listed in Exhibit K, as in King?
So moved, Williamson.
And I'll second Rawlings. Any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. That wasn't so hard. So we move on now to item 7.5, approval updates to the governance team document. Trustees, this is a discussion action item, and I will hand it over to Dr. Churchill.
Thank you, trustees. There are two items attached here, two attachments, I'm sorry. The first exhibit is the governance team at a glance calendar. We publish this annually. We make minor modifications to dates and ask that you approve it. This comes from a CSBA developed document that we've used for many years. So for one portion of this agenda item, we'll be asking you to approve that updated governance team at a glance calendar for the 2024 calendar year. Additionally, at the February 7th board study session, it was requested that we bring back the governance team handbook for discussion at a future meeting. So we added it to this agenda. We're hopeful, staff is hopeful that the board will have discussion, make some determinations about modifications to the governance team handbook, and then we can handle it in one of two ways. And certainly at the discretion of the board president. If there are minor modifications that I recommend, we go ahead and just make those and approve it tonight. If there are more substantial modifications, you might consider directing staff to bring that back at a subsequent meeting so that you can review the changes in writing. But entirely up to you, and we'll do our best to capture any portions of the discussion changes that you'd like to make this evening.
Thank you. And this is time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We have one blue card.
Thank you. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. The speaker is Scott Davison.
As you prepare to try again to work on your governance issues, I want to speak for a moment about trust. 2 weeks ago, I watched as the board struggled to define why the past year has been so difficult and plagued with controversy. It's really pretty simple. You don't trust each other. It's very easy for me to see because I don't trust most of you either. Why is that? Maybe if I provide some examples, it will help you decide if you're willing to work towards building trust with each other. First, trust takes honesty. If you're not willing to be honest about your priorities, your worldview, or your rationale for critical decisions you're making for our students, like why you kept schools closed for a year, or where our DEI plan really came from, for example, then it's impossible for anyone to trust you. Another example is that Trustee Rawlings just voted against VUSD Trustee Julie Kelly for CSBA because Trustee Rawlings is currently involved in a contentious negotiation on behalf of VTA with VUSD. Why wouldn't she be honest about that? So if you're not willing to be honest, why not? If you're deliberately trying to hide your motives or your agenda, do you think you can build trust with each other? Second, it takes a willingness to have conversations with those you disagree with. How many of you call each other to discuss the issues or work to build relationships with each other or with members of the public? You all have my phone number, but I don't get many calls. I bet you'd be surprised to find out that during school closures, I spoke often with one board member who was honest with me about why our schools were closed and worked with us to try and get them open. I trust her to this day, even though we disagree on many other things. In case you're wondering, that person is no longer on this board. Third, it takes clear and consistent applied rules on how board meetings are run. When rules are applied to some board members but not others, even on issues as simple as being allowed to ask a question, this furthers a lack of trust. The real question is whether or not you actually want to build trust with each other, with parents, with teachers, or the public. The behavior of the board and your sole employee would indicate that that's the answer. The answer to that is no. Whenever there is a chance to be less transparent, you take it. Whenever there are opportunities to engage with members of the community to address their concerns, you don't respond. Whenever there is feedback provided over significant programs like the DEI plan, you ignore it. Whenever there's an opportunity to diffuse growing differences between members of the public over contentious issues where you could demonstrate your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, not only do you not take it, you inflame those divisions. There are lots of opportunities to revise your handbook to build the foundation needed to build trust with each other, which will in turn build trust with the public. But it requires having a dialogue with people that you don't agree with and being transparent and being willing to be fair with each other. That's not something this board has ever done well, but it's never too late to change. Be honest, be transparent, be clear and consistent. Imagine how much these efforts will trickle down to our staff and students. And once again, imagine if I didn't have to come up here every month to express the concerns of parents, students, and teachers who don't trust you, but do trust me to help improve our public schools.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask prior to the meeting? No questions? May I have a motion to approve revisions to the governance team year at a glance calendar as presented in Exhibit A?
So moved, Williamson.
Motion by Trustee Williamson, second by Trustee Ward. Any discussion? Trustee Williamson.
I just want to clarify something. Dr. Churchill said that this was instigated by CSBA. It was actually developed by Nicole Pappas and Mark Tanner, two school board members in 2002, and it has been carried forward since then. And then it was spread to other districts, but it actually, the genesis for it was our own school board.
Excellent. And I just want to clarify that we're voting now on the approval of the calendar, and then we'll have a second vote for Exhibit B. I just want to clarify that. Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbev?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And then I would like to make a motion to review and discuss potential changes to the governance team handbook. May I have a second?
Second, Williamson.
Second, Williamson. And trustees, may I have, excuse me. So let's go to discussion. So we're going to review and discuss potential changes. So I apologize. So are there any potential changes that the board would like to discuss based on our meeting a few weeks ago? Trustee Verbev.
I have 3, so I just want to make sure everybody has.
Is there
a
anyone else?
turn.
I have, I think, 3 or 4 myself.
Oh, great.
So are there any others that have some potential changes? Okay, great. Trustee Verbev? Go ahead.
I want to make sure we are clear on the purpose for asking questions to staff in advance of the meeting. It's the no surprise idea of giving staff time to provide the answer before the meeting, but I think the questions still need to be asked at the meeting for the benefit of the rest of the trustees and the public. There are times when the staff include the answers to the questions in their presentations, in which case the question does not need to be asked during the board meeting. I have some concerns about the way our current message could possibly imply that staff is unable to answer the question, or we can't ask a question of staff which was already asked prior to the meeting, or we are conducting board business behind the scenes, individually and out of sight of the public. Our current language that we're using by Trustee Rawlings, which is not found in our handbook under Section 3, says, trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask prior to the meeting? So I have some proposed language that I would like to propose. I'm not sure when I should do that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead? Okay. So one option for proposed language for our handbook, as this is a living document and we have potentially new trustees coming on in the fall or late fall, one option would be, trustees, now is the time for questions for staff. This should include any questions which were asked to staff in advance of the meeting, which have not been answered in the written presentation, so that all trustees.
This is a process check. We're not discussing the script.
Okay.
That's a separate document. We're discussing the handbook. So do you have potential changes to the handbook?
Well, this would be a potential change. We would add this proposed language so that it would be a standard for us.
To the handbook or to the script?
Well, in the handbook, it would be for the handbook.
Where would it say that?
It would be under Section 3, Board Meeting Preparation. And we say trustees will notify the superintendent if staff's not responded to questions, and then we could add the proposed language.
Okay. Okay, so below Because it sounded like you were talking about the script, so what language would you propose to go after? Trustees will notify the superintendent if staff has not responded to questions when they said they would.
So it could be item 4 if you want, because we're saying ask questions during the board prep meeting. We've talked about calling or emailing questions to the superintendent as soon as possible. So I just would like to add language that states that, that we can ask questions that we have asked prior to the meeting, because our current verbiage that has been changed from last year is that the verbiage is, trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask prior to the
But
meeting?
that's in the script, that's not in the handbook.
Okay, so
Okay, so what changes do you want to make to the handbook to reflect what
Okay.
you're saying?
So we could amend section 3 by adding number 4. Unless questions resulted in updates to the written materials in advance of the meeting, trustees will ensure that all questions asked in advance of the meeting are asked during the questions period, so that all trustees and members of the public will have the benefit of all information which may impact our decisions. And then number 5, adding to that, amending that section, trustees are free to ask any additional questions which haven't been asked in advance of the meeting.
Okay, are there any questions? We can ask questions of each other if we're in discussion. Trustee Ward.
So then we just have to make sure that if we're asking them a question, they don't answer it, or if it's like, because Dr. Nye and I were emailing each other, and he responded, it was kind of late in the day, then we also have to make sure that, how are we gonna make sure that, it's been answered? If they don't present it or have a
Then you
chance
ask
to tell
it.
us.
Then you can ask it during the
Then we're gonna
meeting.
ask it. Okay.
Right. I'm just saying we shouldn't be limited by the way the wording is. It's saying you can only ask a question you haven't asked. And I would like us to be able to ask questions that we have asked. And I discussed it with staff today, as well. And so I don't want us to be limited if it's information that's going to help all of us to be able to make a decision. If you've received some information that you feel would be important for me to know in order to make a better decision, then I would want to know that information, because otherwise it's just information shared between you and that staff person. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Okay, well, then my question would be, if I have a question, why wouldn't I ask that question? Why would I need you to ask a question for me if I see the same material and I'm free to ask the questions that I want to ask? So why would I need to hear your question and the answer from your question if I'm free to ask as many questions as I want?
But you're saying, in the spirit of no surprises, we're supposed to ask our questions prior to the meeting, and that's how we were trained as new trustees. And so I just want this living document to be updated so that it's understood clearly by incoming trustees, and we're all on the same page. I don't think it's necessary that we get told, or the script says that you can only ask questions that you haven't asked already. So I just would like clarification on that, because I think it's okay for us to be able to ask questions that we've asked prior to the meeting.
For what purpose?
If it's not, give the staff an opportunity to include it in their presentation, which they often do, which is very helpful for all of us in the room.
Oh, no, I'm saying if it's already been asked and answered by
Right.
staff,
Right.
then what's the purpose for restating it and asking the question again? Because again, from my perspective, again, if I have questions, I'll ask the questions, and and that'll help me decide what decision, that'll guide my decision, because I have free to ask my questions. So I'm trying to figure out what
I've given you
purpose.
the answer. So there's one, it serves 3 purposes. One, staff may have overlooked, and they'll include the information in their presentation. 2 would be to share information with other trustees, and I know that we've discussed this in the last meeting that we had, that's important. And 3, it's not a town hall meeting just by sharing information with the public. And I think we are supposed to be transparent with the public, and we are often asking questions that help answer questions that the public have. So those are 3 reasons why I feel it's necessary.
Okay, the first one, it sounds, at least from my perspective, the first one sounds like that would be a reason to ask the question in advance, so they have the opportunity to change the presentation and/or, so I'm confused why that would be a reason to ask questions
It
again.
may not have been included in the presentation, and so the public might not see it. Everybody on the board may not have
I
seen
see.
it.
Okay.
So everybody
Okay,
gets
so
an
if it hasn't been
opportunity.
responded to.
Correct.
Got it, okay. Trustee Pearson, I saw your hand first. Yep.
I do like the idea that when the question is asked of staff, that the rest of the trustees get the same information. What I am concerned about in this proposal is that if there are questions during our board meeting of staff and they don't know what the question is, and they don't have a preparation in advance, then it seems not fair to them in terms of their preparation to have that question before them.
But that's not what I was saying. We still ask the questions so that they are prepared. That's what I am saying.
So you're saying that there's a question, and I just want to make sure I understand your
yeah.
proposal. You would ask a question of staff before the board meeting and say that I'm going to ask the same question during the board meeting.
Correct.
Okay, now I understand. Now I'm clear.
Trustee Ward?
Oh, sorry. Should I talk into this one?
Yes, yes.
Just right next to me. So but I thought you said we could ask questions that we could still,
Yes.
okay,
And
so that
that's being-
also, and that's
yes.
being done, okay.
There are questions that always
Yeah.
come up, right?
But we're not necessarily bound to ask the question twice.
Correct.
Okay, so if we don't want to
We don't
ask it
have
a
to.
second time?
No.
Okay, even though we're going to put it in the handbook?
Right, it's just
Okay.
giving us the freedom to be able to ask the question.
Okay.
And to let future trustees know that it's okay.
Okay.
If you've asked staff a question, to ask it again.
Okay,
You know, and a lot of times I'll have a list of questions and I will have discussed them, but I won't ask them again because one, they've either incorporated it into the presentation or somebody else asked the question and it got answered, so I don't need to ask it again.
but if I asked a question, they answered me, and it's not necessarily something that's going to be in their presentation, I don't necessarily have to ask
No.
it again, even
No.
though the purpose of it is to let everybody know what we asked.
No, and,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
I'm sorry, Trustee Pearson?
I do have a little bit concerned about this whole process, and let me just verbalize it from a legal standpoint. 5 of us are not lawyers here. So if we start writing governance here tonight without a legal opinion, I'm a little bit concerned about liability and also how that could be interpreted to do that. And if that's not the concern of any of my colleagues, that's fine. But I believe this governance handbook has been vetted, or hasn't it? Hasn't never been vetted by any legal, okay.
Oh, and then the other side of it is we've made lots of changes to this handbook over the years. I mean, you've been on the board when we've made those changes, so I don't see any reason. And again, we made a commitment in the last workshop that we would, have this conversation and see if there were any changes or clarification or what have you that needed to be made at this meeting.
I'm still concerned.
Okay, you can remain concerned. Any other discussion? I do have some discussion. One of the things that we did for many years is that we would submit questions in writing to staff and that we would all receive an answer back. And then when that practice changed, I think that there was kind of number one, the board didn't get to weigh in on that change of practice. It just kind of happened. And then that seemed to kind of change our culture in the meetings. One of the big reasons and what we had talked about for many years is that board meetings are a business meeting conducted in public. So again, it's not meant to be a town hall, it's not meant and there's even a section in the handbook that talks about, that if we feel that that there's a topic that necessitates a town hall and that we want to have an exchange and have lots of questions, then we could do that. And the public absolutely can ask questions of the board, and that we, that we have the opportunity to have that, form our decision-making process and be a part of our decision-making process. So the purpose I get from my perspective, number one, was to, have an efficient meeting that, didn't go on, and that, but that trustees would still have plenty of opportunity to ask as many questions as possible, so there's a clear understanding of the topic. So, and one of the things I have heard from staff as well is that they're getting lots of questions, kind of late in the day on a board meeting day and that sort of thing as well. So that causes problems for them. So I had actually come up with something that I did discuss with the superintendent, that potentially we could go back to that practice. And so adding in section 3, it would be ask questions of staff at least 24 hours before the board meeting, using one of the 3 methods, so then it would be the 3 different methods. And then below, trustees will notify the superintendent if staff shall not respond to questions when they said they would. And then below that, questions and answers shall be reduced to writing, shared with the entire board and the public at the same time to keep the meetings focused on the business of the board. So that was something that I had put out there and, vetted it through Dr. Churchill that, and to your point, Trustee Williamson, you had said that, we used to be able to see the answers, so we could see kind of that information. And again, I'm not looking at, because again, I'll have questions in the presentation. It's like, oh, or you ask a question, it's like, oh, that sparks a question for me. So I'm not saying you can't ever do it, but it is a way to really keep the focus on the business of the board and what we're here to do to make these decisions and to move the business of the district forward. So that was my proposal in that area. I don't know if we can find a blended method to accomplish the goal of the parties. So I'm going to throw that out there. I don't know, is there something in there that would meet your interests and what you're looking for? And is there something that we might be able to incorporate in your language and the language I just read?
I'm not adverse to, asking questions, and giving staff more time, and, sticking to the business of the board. I just feel like, especially as a new trustee, I got used to Trustee Pearson as president asking the question a certain way or directing the board a certain way. Do you have any questions? And now we are being asked a different way. And so I just would like us to come to an agreement. And if we need to implement this verbiage, I just would like us to have an agreement that it's okay to ask a question again. It has to do with the business of the board and the presentation and the material that's been shared. I just would like to be able to have that freedom without feeling like we can only ask a question of staff that we were unable to ask prior to the meeting. I'm not really understanding why the language has changed as a new trustee. And so I'm trying to create a standard, especially as we have future trustees coming to join us. So I'm not adverse to what you're saying. I just would like us to blend it.
And as the president, I have the ability to help develop the script with the superintendent. And one of the things that I wanted to do that because I felt that we were kind of straying from our initial, and especially once the practice changed, where we weren't seeing each other's questions and answers. I felt, from my perspective, that we were straying off into territory that we had developed over time, that we would, again, kind of move the agenda forward and work the business of the board and not continue to ask questions that were more for the public interest and not necessarily getting to the point of the business of the board.
Does anybody else have anything to say?
Trustee Williamson?
just so that we don't keep saying the same thing over and over again, because I think I hear what you're saying, and I think I hear what you're saying, and I think I hear that you have some concerns. I'll just say that, being totally transparent, I'm not sure that I appreciate the addition in the questions you have already been, that haven't been asked or something like that. I think that it's good for us to have a conversation, to be remind us all, okay, try to ask your questions ahead of time. Don't ask questions. I think what we're talking about, we don't want to ask questions for political grandstanding or for, I assume we're all in agreement for that. Let's ask questions that help us make good decisions and have a good discussion. And if we will agree to that, excuse me, I'm not getting emotional, I just have a frog in my throat. If we can agree to that, I believe that will serve the intent. Right. Anyway, that's my thought.
And I would be happy with that. I would like to have language in the handbook so this doesn't happen again, because again, I thought we had an understanding prior to the change in practice. And it seemed to, I felt that there was some questions that were more for the public interest than to benefit the board. And so so what I would like to propose is that we ask staff to put language in the handbook that would promote what you're saying, Trustee Williamson, if you're amenable to that. Okay, then can I see?
You didn't just ask me to, you asked staff.
No, I'm saying,
Why are you looking at me?
I had asked
I
staff
agree.
earlier on how we were going to conduct this. So, I mean, if we don't have to adopt my language, we don't have to adopt Trustee Verbeth's language, that if we can ask staff to bring back language that captures what you just said. Is that, okay, can we see thumbs on that for that? Excellent, thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Trustee Verbeth.
Okay, so when they bring back language for us, does that eradicate the need for the statement that is read? Where you read, trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask prior to the meeting? Can we eliminate that question based on the fact that we will have an understanding that we are asking questions that pertain to the presentations, and we don't need to be reminded of that? If it's in our handbook, we've all reviewed it. Is that necessary to say every meeting?
I mean, it is at the discretion of the president, but I certainly would, if I'm satisfied that the handbook reflects that practice, then I would be satisfied with removing that from the script.
Thank you.
And again, it's at the discretion of the president, so it certainly could stay or it could certainly go. I can make that decision. Are there any other proposed changes? I have a few more myself. Any other proposed? Did you have, go ahead, Trustee Verbeth.
You want me to go? Okay. So item number 18, communication tools. Policy on superintendent responding on behalf of the board. I've received some feedback from members of the public about how they like when I reply to them as an elected official, to constituents and otherwise, and how we've allowed, or the superintendent has had a practice of responding on our behalf. I think it would be helpful if we were, as board trustees, more responsive to those who reach out to us. But again, I'm new to the board, and I know you've had this in place for a while, so I'm probably going against the grain, but I think it's served me well as a public official to respond to people when and I don't say a whole lot, I just, acknowledge them that they have emailed me. And so I am proposing that we add under number 18, communication tools, adding a sentence: in response to all public comments received electronically or in writing, the board president or an individual board member will respond to acknowledge the comment, and where possible, direct the member of the public to contact the appropriate administrator, site principal, or staff member who can address the concerns expressed in the comment.
Any discussion? I would not be in favor of that. The reason why is because I think that, each individual could go in different directions, and I think the superintendent knows exactly where to send that information. We can always ask for a report from the superintendent did you respond? You know, what did you say? And I do think the superintendent keeps us in the loop on that. And so for me, it adds a level of consistency. I don't see any problem with if you want to go as, you know, if it's an individual email to you, but if it's like a bulk email, I would rather see the superintendent do it. As far as, just because there's going to be consistency, the superintendent's going to have more of a pulse on the situation and how to deal with it and who to contact and all of that, more so than an individual board member. So I would be opposed to that.
And I agree with that. I agree with what Trustee Rawlings is saying. I think he has a better knowledge on how to answer some of those emails. And I think if they're coming to you directly, I mean, of course, as elected officials, we can answer.
And/or you could ask that the superintendent respond on your behalf. So you know, you could do it either way, which is, you have that ability. Trustee Williamson?
That doesn't preclude us from answering every individual email if we want to. I think that's a trustee option. But I think that the policy right now is serving us well. There probably are specific times when, and it typically is the board president, has been asked and will be asked in the future, will you handle this situation, especially if it's something that somebody's having a real issue with, maybe even a staff member, that maybe the board president could you know, respond as far as communication with an individual in the community. But in order to do that, there really needs to be support from the board in that situation, that they would not, like Ms. Rawlings would not take it upon herself to start answering a whole lot of questions unless the whole board has said, would you please address, you know, this topic? Sure. So anyway, so I would like to leave things the way that they are, but I totally understand. And I think it's great if you want to answer every email. I think that's a really good thing to do, actually. So.
Trustee Pearson, do you have, okay.
I figured change was going to be hard, so I'm just making some suggestions.
Did you want me to go for thumbs or no?
It sounds like I'm in a
It's up to you.
minority, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other changes you wanted to propose?
But you have one, so I
do.
do have one more.
I was looking at section 2 in order to reflect our current, our new practice. Instead of having to seek consensus for information requests, so I'm proposing that it would read, trustees will, insofar as possible, ask the superintendent and staff ahead of time when requesting to see if the request can be fulfilled without board consensus. So we've decided that we would ask the superintendent, hey, is this information that you're already going to gather? Is this information that we could get or what have you? And the superintendent says, yeah, no problem. Then we don't have to go and get board consensus for that information request. And we've already adopted that in our agenda for information. And then the second paragraph would read, if it appears that a request for information will take considerable staff time or the superintendent deems necessary, the board president will restate the request and ask the superintendent for input. So it's basically what we're doing at the end of each agenda now, where we're asking for, you know, is there governance requests? Is there requests for information? And what we're asking folks to do is to talk to the superintendent prior to, and then if it doesn't need to come to the board if the superintendent's already going to do it. So what I'm trying to do is to reflect the current practice in our handbook, because the handbook does not reflect our current practice.
So I'm not sure that I see the difference. So could you be more specific as far as what the difference is between our practice and what the first paragraph reads? I guess I'm not seeing the distinction.
Basically, it says that that if you have a request for information, will be made in public so the staff can be prepared to provide an answer. And so what we've done in the past is we would ask for consensus, that I could only ask for information if I had 2 other board members in agreement with me at a public meeting. Our current practice is you go to the superintendent and talk to them and see if the superintendent, that you don't have to get consensus prior to that for information if the superintendent agrees. I mean, that's what our current, so when we ask for governance requests, it's requests for information from staff that have already been discussed with the superintendent and have recommended to bring to the board. We never had that before. So you had to get consensus on any information. And then,
Is that number 2?
yes, it's, again, my request is that we make the change in number 2 from our handbook. Trustee
Mr.
Pearson.
Rawlings, can you give an example how that would work in a board meeting? Your change.
Well, then I have a question after.
Well, we're already, again, what we're doing now, per changes that we adopted a few months ago, is that if you have a request for information, I want grade level information on 3rd grade on how they did on the STAR test, if I want that. I go to the superintendent and say, hey, I'm going to make that request at a board meeting. Oh, well, we're already getting that information anyway. Then I don't have to bring it to the board. I don't have to get consensus from 2 other board members in order to get that information.
What if the scenario was just the opposite? And you said,
Then the superintendent says, I think it's necessary that you go to the board and get consensus.
okay.
And that's what our current practice is, but our handbook doesn't reflect it, in my opinion. Trustee Ward.
Never mind, you answered it.
Okay.
So the heading is trustee request for information on a non-agenda item. So I think this is addressing what happens in the board meeting. So if we're in a board meeting and there's not an agenda item, how do you put it on? And so I think it still is explaining, I think it's still accurate. Because this is not talking about getting information not at the board meeting. This is, if you're making a request at the board meeting, this is how you go about doing it.
But I guess what I'm saying is that because we changed the practice here, that you're supposed to go to the superintendent first.
Which is what this says.
And what this says is that you let the superintendent know in advance. What I'm suggesting is that you ask the superintendent if you can get the data, if you can get the information. If you can get it, then you don't have to bring it to the board. Trustee Pearson.
Just a process check in terms of this. Can we ask the superintendent how he interprets that?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Churchill.
Whether or not it's documented here in the handbook, if a trustee says, I'm thinking about at the next meeting asking for information X, if I already know that staff plans to provide that, I will simply say, I don't think you need to ask that question because we're going to give it to you anyways, right? So that will happen on the natural. I understand Trustee Rawlings and her desire to capture that somehow in our handbook. But whether or not our existing language changes, if a trustee says, I'm going to ask for information about X, I'm going to let the trustee know, well, we're already planning to share that information, or it's already in the slide deck, or it'll be in next week's presentation.
Trustee Williamson.
So perhaps this needs to be a different number. And if is the issue, how do you communicate with staff? Are you able to ask for a meeting with them and ask questions? So if we're talking about this being a handbook that is good for the ages, and so for new trustees coming in, if perhaps maybe we need to have something about how do you get information from staff, what's acceptable, but you can have them, you can schedule a meeting, you can email, if you have a request, is that more, would that help what the issue is?
I think it can, but also the language says, let the superintendent know. So it's like, to me, it's a difference between notification and permission, if you will. If I'm asking, that's an action item. If I'm saying, hey, I'm going to be doing this, that's just letting them know. So from my perspective, there needs to be that ask. Hey, I'm going to ask for this information. What do you think? instead of, hey, superintendent, I'm going to do this. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's a difference to me between asking, notification and permission, I guess, or asking the question rather than just letting you know. So that's the other piece of it. Now, I'm very open to, again, handing this over to Dr. Churchill and asking him to bring it back as a recommended language that would meet that criteria. I'm just trying to make sure that this reflects what we're doing here, because it used to be that any request for information, we would have to get consensus from the board, and that's no longer our practice.
And I guess my point is, I've had numerous times where I have asked for information, and they've just said, oh, this is where you'd find it, or, so I haven't felt that I had to come to a board meeting necessarily to ask for information. And so maybe that's where there's a communication problem, is maybe everybody needs to know that you don't have to have a request for information at the end of the board meeting. You can just go to Mr. Dill and say, hey, what is this with, so I'm not sure.
Well, and that's why I tried to put in the second paragraph. If it appears that a request for information will take considerable staff time, or the superintendent deems necessary, the board president will restate the request. Just Trustee Pearson.
Because there's different ways of synthesizing different board members now, I think it would be a good idea for the ages as well, too, that send it back to staff with the idea that all these different scenarios are covered in the handbook, and it's clear. So if a new trustee comes in, there's not going to be a question about how to get information. It's going to be very clear. Here's that. So, I agree with you. I agree with everybody, because everybody needs to get information. So I'm agreeing. But I think it needs to be clearly defined how to do that, and clearly define when it has to be a consensus. So there's no gray area. So I would agree with that, but I also would agree with Trustee Williamson that it's probably in a different section to do that. And I would support going back to Dr. Churchill and staff to kind of wordsmith it or reevaluate or come back with a proposal on how that would look.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I would be in favor of that as well. So I'd like to see thumbs on that piece. Okay, great. Trustee Beth, did you have another change?
I do. Number 19, we're all in the same place, public comment. Is that right? It's public input.
Yes.
So I've noticed at city council meetings that during public comment, mayor often responds to public comments by directing the speaker to talk to a specific staff member in order to schedule a discussion about the issue. I did talk about this at earlier meeting. Most speakers seem to be grateful. So I'd like to propose that we make it a practice to recommend public speakers that they contact appropriate staff person. And Dr. Churchill did this in the last board meeting where we had a public comment on the polls in Valley Middle School, and he directed him to proper staff. So I'd like to propose language that says at the conclusion of any public comment at the board meeting, the board president shall direct the member of the public to contact the appropriate administrator, site principal, or staff member who can address the concern expressed in the comment.
Trustee Pearson.
The intent I agree with, but it's the delivery of the public that I'm concerned about. And sitting in that chair, I've seen where the public has been disrespectful in how they present. I've also seen when the public has been absolutely respectful. And I've been at city council meetings. And the times that I've heard city council, when it's public, usually the person is very respectful to the council. When the person who's been very disrespectful to the council doesn't necessarily get the same response from the council or the mayor to do that. And it's what we put up here about civility matters. I think it's saying hey, we want to get you your answers, but you need to be civil about how you deliver it. And, you know, I'm probably a little old school, out of fashion on this one, but I'm going to hold to it because I used my Abraham Lincoln things this earlier in the meeting, that's why.
Any other discussion? I would agree. And I do believe that that should remain within the discretion of the superintendent and the president. But I have heard you, and I would, as president, I would probably be more apt to do that in the future. We were expecting that speaker to be there, and we wanted to make sure that it was addressed for sure. But I don't believe it belongs in the handbook to where it's prescriptive. I think that it should remain within the discretion of the president and the superintendent. So that's where I would sit.
That's fair.
Trustee Williamson?
What if it were put in the handbook as like an option? When appropriate, the board president may direct staff or something like that. I'm just, sometimes, because if it's there, that gives it a little bit more teeth. And then it isn't as kind of off the wall. Why did the board president all of a sudden start doing this? And anyway, I'm just thinking that it might, if it's there as an optional or as needed or as appropriate or something like that.
I think that would be, something along the lines of at the discretion of the president and the superintendent, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I would be willing to go with that. Does that, Trustee Person?
Yeah, no, I was
Okay.
just gonna,
Ha-
I was gonna support that approach.
Okay, how about thumbs that
Yeah.
we use your thought, but we make it discretionary, that at the discretion of the president and the superintendent? Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Any others? I have two more. Okay. Under 5, under meeting behavior and norms, we've already kind of agreed to one of them. To the last bullet would be act with gracious professionalism. And the other piece I wanted to add in here is these are business meetings conducted in public. So I wanted to add that. And to my knowledge, that's what we've pretty much agreed to in different settings and different components when we've had workshops in the past. So I just thought it'd be a good idea to have it in the handbook.
These are behavior norms. I don't know that this is a public meeting business meeting being held in the public. That's not a behavior norm. So I don't know that it belongs there. I'm not disagreeing with it, but this is behavior. So
I had a hard time figuring out what spot to put it. So I would be very agreeable to change it. I just think it does belong in the handbook. And again, not just for this board, but for future boards.
what if you put it on the unity of purpose?
Sure.
Because I think that it kind of fits there.
That we agree these meetings are, that our regular meetings are business meetings conducted in public, something like that? Okay. I'd like to request that we ask staff to put that together, if that's okay. Can I have a thumb for that? Perfect, thank you. And then the last one, I may get some pushback on this one, but 15, election of the board officers. As what happened last time, and I do think that the language is permissive in here anyway, and I do believe that the time frame is off too, because we can have, to have somebody vote on officers when they haven't served on the board and they come in December and that's when the election is, but according to our handbook, they're supposed to let folks know in October if that's going to be the problem. So I just changed language to say the board normally follows a rotation method, clerk to vice president to president for selecting officers. However, individual board members have the ability to vote no on any candidate for these offices following section 10 of this handbook. And section 10 is you have to explain why you would be voting no on someone. So that's why I put in here that one. Because I don't believe the language technically forbids anyone from doing that as far as the term normally. It's a permissive statement. And I think it is kind of awkward if you have new board members coming in. So that's why I changed it. Trustee Williamson.
And what it says, will call a special meeting should any board member wish to discuss it. So it doesn't say, so if somebody comes on the board in December, obviously it wouldn't apply. But I think it's just out of respect, I just think I think it's a good policy to, that if you know you're going to be voting no, and to the normal rotation, I believe that I think it's a good idea for the board to have the opportunity to kind of have a discussion about that, because in December, it's too late, basically. I mean, to have a real discussion, because it has to get done in December. We don't have an
But what if the
option.
person doesn't know?
Well,
by
then if you don't know, then obviously you can't do it. So if you
Well,
decide in
and you and I
November.
and you and I had a disagreement about this at the last time we elected a president before me. So
Right.
that's why I just want to,
Right.
I'm just trying to clarify, what the options are
Yeah.
for folks. And again, I'm not trying to be, I just want to make sure that the board, our handbook is clear, so we don't have the disagreements potentially. Did you have something, Trustee Person?
You're right about pushback. So, unfortunately, I mean, what happens in these elections is you're going to have people come in with very strong, I think we've had with very strong positions that their public voted them to represent that, and that the person may not fulfill who in the rotation is that, or they've done something that somebody feels. So I agree with Trustee Williamson, is that I think keeping the current practice has a certain amount of professionalism. I would hope there's some gracious professionalism in having the meeting. So I understand your point, President Rawlings, but I won't be supporting that. Okay.
So I think there's two that won't be supporting that. So is there a third that would support that? Or is there two others that would support that?
Stated,
I just have it under section 15.
or how you would want it written.
Right. So in section 15, there's the first part, and then you have the next sentence would be, however, individual board members have the ability to vote no on any candidate for these offices following section 10 of this handbook. And section 10 basically says you have to, let somebody know you're voting no, and then say you're going to vote no. In the alternative, I just think there needs to be an understanding that this language is permissive, and that technically the language is basically that you still have the ability to vote no if you choose to. I mean, that would be the other, just so we have an understanding, so we don't have disagreements, that's all.
And you would let them know in advance. I would support it.
Yeah, there would be that you let them know, that you let folks know in advance, and that you would follow the handbook and state your reasons why.
I'm not going to vote for that.
Okay, then we will move on. I just wanted to clarify that, I do think the language is permissive and allows for that. And let me make sure. Yes, that's all I have. Anything else? Okay, and I'll read what we agreed upon. Trustees, because there are many changes, I'd like to go through and see if there are, we already did thumbs for each individual one. And we're going to have staff bring back the changes at the next regular meeting for approval. Any discussion or questions on that? Very good, we will move on.
Is there a motion on the table?
We already did that. The motion was to review and discuss.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So now it
Got
gets
it.
sent, and.
Perfect.
So just to be clear, the timeline you gave, President Rawlings, Dr. Churchill can meet that and his staff. Okay, in cabinet, wherever. Okay.
Excellent. Okay, now we have, thank you, and now we move on to Part 8, Communications. And this is 8.1, Governance Team Reports. Are there any governance team reports? This is the time for trustees to provide a brief report if they've attended committee meetings where they represented the district.
Yes.
Trustee Ward.
I went to an ELAC meeting, and it's great. There wasn't a lot of people attending, but the staff did a great job including everybody and sharing the information. And they talked about the new process with the reclassification. So, yeah.
Could you say that part again, the last part?
They shared the process in which the reclassification was changing.
The reclassification
Yeah.
changing.
Did you say there were a lot?
Thank you. Okay, great. And Trustee Ward.
I just wanted to say that I attended the CTE Choose Your Path event, and it was really great. And it was neat to hear how they had students present and share the work that they did. So it was really great.
Thank you. And now we move to item 8.2, trustee requests for information from staff. Trustees, are there any requests for information from staff that have already been discussed with the superintendent and have been recommended to bring to the board? As a reminder, trustees are prohibited from having a discussion tonight on these items per the Brown Act. When making a request, please indicate the purpose of the request and whether or not staff has provided an estimate of how long the request will take to accomplish. Trustee Ward.
So I have two, so should I, and I'll just read what I wrote.
And they're both requests for information.
Correct.
Very good.
Okay, and I already discussed it with Dr. Churchill. So the first one is for an electrification resolution. I'd like to request the consideration of a resolution focused on electrification as part of our ongoing commitment to sustainability and innovation as we
Process check. I'm going to ask that that be moved to 8.3 because that's a request for a future agenda item.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So can I try the other one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the next one is for kindergarten information. And, okay, so stop me if I do it wrong, I guess.
No problem.
I'd like to request support from the board to direct staff to gather information to help the board understand the pros and cons of a half-day kinder versus a full-day kinder program. In order to make more informed decisions around kindergarten in CUSD, I would greatly appreciate it if information could be shared regarding the following points: school academic outcomes, how do academic outcomes compare between students who attend half-day kinder to those in full-day programs, impacts on instructional minutes, impacts with assemblies or other school events that may occur during the day, social and emotional development. Have there been observations or studies on the social and emotional development of students in both half-day and full-day kinder? Resource allocation. How does the district allocate resources, including teacher time, facilities, materials, for half-day versus full-day kinder, and what are the financial impacts? And staff input. Is it possible for principals to poll their kinder teams regarding this issue, either anecdotally or utilizing a simple survey?
Trustee Ward, I'm going to have to stop you there.
Oh, okay.
It wouldn't be necessarily questions, and so we're directing staff to gather information.
Okay.
And then you've stated the purpose, right? The
Okay.
purpose is, right? So you've asked for information and the purpose, and then do you have an estimated time that staff provided you
Well, I
to collect
did,
the
yeah, I
data?
did talk to Dr. Churchill about that. He said to gather that information that I kind of pointed out was about 2 to 3 hours.
Remember, there's no discussion. Are there any Trustee Williamson?
So this would come to us as a board agenda item, or this would come to us just in a report?
A report. It would be,
Okay.
it's a
Friday
request for
report.
information, and then the next
Okay.
one's
Just
agenda.
making
So a
sure.
request for
Okay.
information, so if there's no clarification, then if we could see thumbs, if you're in favor of asking that of staff. Okay, that's a 5-0. Any other requests for information? Okay. Then the next one, thank you, and we will move to item 8.3, trustee requests for future agenda items. Trustees, are there any requests for future agenda items that have already been discussed with the superintendent and have been recommended to bring to the board? As a reminder, trustees are prohibited from having a discussion tonight on these items per the Brown Act. When making a request, please indicate the purpose of the request and whether or not staff has provided an estimate of how long the request will take to accomplish.
Yes, I do. Okay. So this is for an electrification resolution. I'm just going to read what I wrote. Is that okay? I'd like to request the consideration of a resolution focused on the electrification as part of our ongoing commitment to sustainability and innovation as we navigate the evolving landscape of our environment and strive to meet the expectations of our students. The electrification of our operations presents a significant opportunity to reduce our environmental footprint, enhance operational efficiency, and contribute to a more sustainable future for our students and our community. This commitment would ensure that we can work toward a world that is safer, healthier, and a better place to live for our kids and their kids. I've discussed this with Dr. Churchill. I understand that other districts have approved similar resolutions, and I recommend using existing resolutions as a model. My request is to direct staff to develop a resolution regarding working toward full electrification to be brought back for a board's consideration at a future meeting. And no, the
And there was an
amount of
estimated time.
time was not shared. We didn't discuss that.
Dr. Churchill, can you provide? some time?
Sure, yeah. To the extent that there are already existing resolutions out there, that'd be pretty simple for us to cut and paste. I'll certainly be asking Mr. Dill to weigh in on that. So there might be a couple hours of work here, but it's doable.
Thank you. May I see thumbs if you support? There's 3 thumbs. So if you could, and that'll be brought back at the next meeting? A future meeting. Okay, very good. Thank you. And then it is 9:25, and the regular meeting is now adjourned. Our next regular meeting will take place on March 13th at 6 p.m. at the Carlsbad Unified School District. What?